Hi. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you? Fuck. I completely forgot to change the scene. Hello. Hi. Hi, guys. Salut, Normeus. Um, uh, I will admit something. I started this stream as a test because I was trying, I was making tests on Kick. I'm trying to have a better image and quality image and everything. And I was starting to make tests on Kick. And then I was like, I want to roleplay. So I will also make tests at the same time on Twitch. So here we are. Hi. Hi, Michael. How are you doing? She didn't forget about us. No, how can I forget? Come on. Tu as du monde sur Kik? Non. Mais le problème, c'est que, tu sais, ça a mis des VOD et il y a eu 4 vues. Et je me suis dit, oh putain, j'avais complètement oublié que j'avais des fois des gens qui regardaient sur Kik. Et j'ai eu 4 vues pour genre 10 secondes de VOD. Du coup, ça m'a fait flipper. Et alors, je me suis dit, bon, bah, je vais faire un live. Allez, c'est pas grave. But the server is starting in like 8 minutes, I think. Bonjour Normeus. Bonjour Ship. How you doing, guys? Happy Thursday. What Dino will you be today? Do you think we're gonna play Dino today, Ship? Nah. Today it's roleplay. No Dino. Dino maybe this Friday or Thursday. Maybe Thursday. I miss the Dino game. Yeah, roleplay right now. In 10 minutes, we roleplay. Joyce, des gens regardent ses VOD sur GTA V et certaines viennent sur les lives pour dire bonjour, c'est sympa. Ah bah voilà, bah ouais, c'est ça. C'est Mimi, j'aime bien. But why so, I was making tests and everything. I was starting a test stream and everything because I just bought a new monitor. I have like a better monitor and I want to see if it's better for roleplay. And this monitor is like 240 hertz, I think. And guys, bear with me, but my last monitor was 70 hertz, which was already really good, I think. But now I have 240, and I don't tell the difference. I see literally no difference. I don't know. Maybe I have bad eyes. But you tell me if it's better in game. You tell me. 90% of the French I know was learned from playing Expedition 33. Mon ami! C'est ça, mon ami. It's already good. T'as quoi comme screen? Oh putain, attends, je me rappelle pas. Je l'ai mis dans ma bio Twitch. Je me rappelle plus quel screen j'ai pris. Attends, je regarde pour te dire. Ouais, c'est ça, j'ai pris AOC Q27, je sais pas quoi, 27 pouces. 260 Hz, pardon. 260 Hz. Sorry, 260 Hz. My bad. Tu as changé la fréquence de l'écran? Je l'ai mis en 260 Hz. I think it's a better screen. No, it's definitely a better screen. Definitely. My last screen was just limited to 70 hertz. But I don't know. I don't see the difference. I can't tell. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing good. C'est pas normal si tu vois pas la diff, mais genre, peut-être c'est moi, hein, Normeus. Vraiment, là, je l'ai mis en 260 Hz, mais je pense que c'est moi, en fait. Pour moi, en fait, 70 Hz, c'était déjà très bien et je trouvais ça déjà très joli. Oh, sheep! 7 streams in a row! Thank you for keeping following me and following the adventure. J'ai un 75 Hz et 165 Hz et je vois bien la diff. La diff, tu la vois en réaction d'image, non? En temps de réaction, c'est pas ça, non? Parce que vraiment, je sais pas, je le trouve pas plus rapide. Tu vois, peut-être c'est moi. Peut-être, je sais pas comment ça fonctionne, les ordinateurs. Juste avec la souris. Mais je vois que la souris est fluide. Tu vois, je vois que c'est plutôt fluide. Et quand je passe dans l'écran d'à côté, je vois que ça l'est un petit peu moins. Mais la différence est flagrante. Non, pardon, la différence n'est pas flagrante, justement. On verra en jeu comment ça rendra. Je me demande si ça changera quelque chose pour vous. Oh, also, I just bought Baldur's Gate 3. I've never played this game before. A friend of mine told me to buy the game and play it with him. I just bought it today. I was trying to make a new character just to see how is the game and the graphic and everything. And then when I was creating my character, I was modified the body and everything. And then I had the option to put my character naked. And I was like, oh, that is a strange thing to do. So I put my character naked. And guys, ooh, you can see everything. You can see everything on the character, literally like all the detail. And I was blushing and I was like, oh, yeah, Michael, everything. Thank you for the follow, Moondrops. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. That's not family friendly. Yeah, so I don't know if I can stream that. Apparently I can because Twitch is aware of this game. But like, you can see everything in detail. No! What game is this you are on about? The game I'm on right now, Moon, is Red Dead Redemption 2. We are playing some roleplay in English. I play a character in the universe of Red Dead Redemption. I used to love this channel, but now we know the truth. Absolutely, she used to be a role model. No, I swear it's not me. No. Si la chose fait partie du jeu, c'est légal. Après, faut pas en abuser. Non, apparemment, c'est complètement intégré dans le jeu. Et il y a également des scènes de... Voilà, quoi. C'est trop bizarre. Oh, you talk about... Ah, the naked person, sorry. You talk about Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah. I was not aware. I swear to God, I was not aware of that. You can turn off the nudity. Oh my God, yeah. Okay, that's good. I mean, nobody told me. When I bought this game, nobody told me about this, you know? I stream in and turned it. Oh, okay. That's good. Then I don't know if I will stream it though. Is there like any obvious scene? When I say obvious, I mean about, you know, sexuality and nudity. I play Don't Call. Oh, you play Call. Yeah. No, I remember you. Yeah. Cool. I might maybe stream it, I don't know yet. Okay, thank you, Moon. Thank you for stopping by. Have fun. Have fun in roleplay. Oh, the music's every time. The music got to me every time. So yeah, since there is this new screen, we will see if it's better in game. I might change some stuff during the stream to have a better picture quality. All right. Oh. TeamSpeak. There we go. No? Okay. My God. I think it's a bit slow right now. Okay. It's not that bad, I guess. I cannot tell the changement, but I think it's not that bad. Ow! Who did that? Normeus. I know it's you. Don't hide. Why is her shirt blue? Why is it blue? There you go. Okay, it's not that bad. I just want to see the quality of the water. I like the reflections. Yeah, the reflection is nice. Please tell me if the stream is fluid for you. Tell me if there is any pixels, any stuff, so I can make some changement for you guys.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Morning, miss.
T'as des micro-lags? Genre... comment dire? C'est mon screen, tu penses, qui fait le lag ou c'est le stream en soi? Non, c'est moi qui siffle. C'est moi, pour appeler le cheval. T'imagines s'il sifflait le personnage, mon dieu. Oh. Non. My girl.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Sorry. Sorry, monsieur.
Good morning, ma'am.
Come on. You ain't here to wear out your pants, Saint.
Putain, ouais, c'est bizarre, j'ai l'impression que j'ai des lags, non? T'as vu, l'image, elle est saccadée un petit peu, non? Pourtant, elle est super fluide sur mon écran. Tu vois pas comme l'image saccadée, Normeus? Genre, j'ai des pertes d'image, c'est bizarre, non? Je vais juste vérifier. Oh, Grinda! Thank you for the sub! 20 months?
Good day.
No. That's crazy. That's that is actually crazy. Thank you for the 20 months in a row is crazy. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, Grindel. Hope you're doing fine.
Good morning to you.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning, Apolline. It is good to see a message from you. When I woke up, far as my assignment, it is a bit up in the air at the moment, but I will be going where I need it most and will do whatever I can to help out the people of New Austin and this entire frontier. I hope you are well and things in the city of yourself. Oh, what? Where is he moving to? Like, is he going anywhere? And Casca, when you can, I hope you are both great. I also I would also stop by Armadillo and say hi to you, Apolline. And that's it. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you, Grindel. I'm doing good. Quand t'es à 260, peut-être baisser dans le jeu si tu trouves que ça lag trop, genre limiter les FPS si c'est faisable. Il me semble pas que ce soit faisable. C'est ça le problème. Et je crois que c'est déjà limité à... Ah, peut-être que c'est limité à 60, non? Non. Je peux pas les changer les FPS, hein. On verra si ça continue les pertes d'image, sinon je remodifierai les paramètres dans OBS, je pense que c'est ça le souci. Also, oh, I will send a telegram to Nina very quick. I need to give her the poems.
Good morning, miss.
Hello.
Yep.
Avoir pas mal de fréquences pour un jeu genre Red Dead 2, je vois pas l'utilité, c'est pour moi surtout des jeux compétitifs. Ouais, bah clairement. Je suis totalement d'accord avec toi, Normace. Mais le truc, c'est que je peux pas baisser le taux de fréquence, t'as vu? Il reste à 260. Je peux pas la changer. I will also check around to see if there is people so I can find a new recipe. We need new recipes. There is someone here.
My tailor Victor had to close
Good
shop.
morning.
Seems these savages cannot spot quality.
Ainsi va la vie.
Ouais, mais je ne peux pas le mettre en plein écran. Quand je le mets en plein écran, ça fait laguer OBS et tout. Ainsi va la vie. Mais il me semble que c'est à cause d'OBS. Je vais juste vérifier parce que j'avais modifié des paramètres là-dedans. De toute façon, j'avais dit hein, que malheureusement ce stream serait un peu en test. Je l'ai mis en... En fait, il y a une mise à l'échelle, je pense que c'est ça. Je l'ai mis en long sauce. Et je sais pas si c'est ça le problème.
Oh, c'est scandaleux.
T'avais la pub? Non, pas de souci. Tu t'y connais un petit peu en paramètres Normeus, en réglage? Parce que, en fait, avant de démarrer le stream, j'ai démarré OBS en long sauce. Et je pense que c'est ça qui pose problème dans les pertes d'image. Non mais... Nobody just the tech support has been no our dog is the real streamer. My dog is playing right now. Like it's not me, it's the dog. Okay. If Apolline fall off the horse or if she's doing anything wrong, it's completely the dog, not me. Not me. Mhm. Yes, people. No, Louis didn't become mayor. In fact, I've not seen him since, like, for 2 weeks. I've not seen him for 2 weeks, I think.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hello.
How can you return property to somebody you know don't own it?
Oh,
Hello, Miss Apolline.
Nina.
Howdy.
Yes.
Bonjour. And Kaz, Ki- Kazu, I've a hole in my memory. I don't remember. Rika. Oh mon dieu, I'm so far away of your name.
That's all right.
How you
Sorry.
doing there, Miss Apollonia?
Apolline.
Apolline, sorry.
Doing good, and you?
Oh, now that you're here, I mean, so much better. I mean, like a ray of fucking sunshine.
So much better. Alright.
Yeah, of course.
Nina, may I have a talk with you? Did you receive my telegram?
I did not see your telegram.
Ah,
But
it's
yeah, we
okay.
can have a conversation, of course.
Here.
Is everything all right?
Yes. It's about the poems. It's about the poems.
Oh, I see.
They're done.
Yeah.
They're done.
Uh,
They're all done.
Oh.
And I will show you maybe one. Hold on, let me check. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find the poem so I can put it here. Where is it? Okay, it's this one. Okay,
Ooh.
so I've made 4 poems. I've tried to translate them and everything. They're not completely done yet. I might change some words and stuff, but this is one of them that I might modify.
Oh my god.
How is it?
This is amazing.
Yes?
Yes.
All
It's
right.
perfect.
Good. That's perfect then.
This is so good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That is so good.
Mm-hmm.
You should be proud. You should definitely be proud. Oh, it'll be so good.
Nina, it was very, very difficult to do the poem. I was blushing the whole time. So difficult.
I can imagine.
So I've made the 4. I've translated the 4. If I can, tomorrow we're Wednesday. I can send you on Wednesday is the final thing. I can send you on Wednesday if it's
Yes.
good for her.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Wednesday latest, because then I'll have some time to make the design on the book as well.
Because you want that for Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me
I'm
give you back
excited. Sure.
the note. I'm excited too. Oh my goodness. I think it's gonna sell like hotcakes.
Oh, really? I tried to make a poem about a cake. But it is a bit difficult. Actually, the poem was inspired by the pictures.
Ooh, that's really good. Yeah, I noticed that one. Yeah, it was very nice.
I remember. Curls that rise like though I dawn, a secret repeats to face the bone, sneaking warmth into the night, every bite a pure delight. That was one of them, I remember.
Oh my. I think people will love it.
I think they will love it.
Yeah.
The book is already good.
Yeah.
Did you make any changements?
No, I have not made any changes. I've just been waiting for the poems, basically.
All right. Do you prefer to hand you over the poem or do you want me to send them by telegram?
Send them by telegram so that both in French and in English.
Yes.
It'll be easiest for me. Yeah.
Sure.
You can also send them through a letter, if that's easier.
A letter? What do you mean? How?
Do you know what I mean?
No.
Telegram.
I think she means Discord, but I'm not sure. Alright, Telegram in that case. Have you seen Kashu?
I have not. She was around yesterday, but I haven't seen her today.
Okay.
She
So
sent me a telegram, said she was around, but hopefully today we'll catch her, so that'll be good.
yeah, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
All right.
but besides
I'm
that,
so
nothing.
excited. Oh, I've been cooking as well. I have,
Yes. Do you have the pan and
yes,
everything? I will try again
yes, I
today.
have. Yeah, I can give you everything. It's on my
Sure.
horse.
You find any
Only
new
question would be
new
for
recipe?
him or for anyone who did
No,
deal with
I
that
tried
gun
out the bacon and
is that
eggs.
if
Okay.
they noticed that if there were any
Mhm.
shots fired from it when it came to them originally. That would be my
Spicy, huh?
only
I
question.
think it's good.
But
The book is really, really
that
funny.
might be, something a little too late to even know about. But
Yeah.
it is what
Well,
it
I'll
is.
pass that along. I'll let him know that we spoke, and I'll tell you ask that question, and I'll see if I can't get you an answer there, Sheriff.
I would appreciate that. You can always telegram anyone here. You can always telegram Road Sheriff's Office at RSO. We've been more than happy
RSO.
to.
Boy, that's easy to
help
remember.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Well, thank you for your time.
Monsieur Button,
Yes.
I
Adam.
am very dumb. I've not recognized you because you look so clean.
Oh, you just realized it was me.
Yes.
Oh my God! Here I thought I was mad at you. You was mad at me or something for some reason. Not saying hi to me.
Oh, sorry. I just
Oh, okay. You didn't think I was going to beg you for money this time? You seen me?
no. I just thought
I
you
don't
were.
look too rough around the edges.
No, don't say that. No,
Oh, that's
sorry, I
good. All right.
don't recognize you. Absolutely
Oh, yeah,
good.
that's good. All right. Well, it's good to see you. I recognize you straight away.
Well, I hope.
I guess that's because you're unmistakable there, Miss Apple.
Unstickable?
Unmistakable, yeah. Undeniable.
I hope.
Uh-huh.
I'll go get my horse so you can get the cooking supplies.
All right,
Apolline.
yes.
All right.
By any chance,
Miss
do you
Nina.
know any recipe that I can cook?
Oh, I ain't never cooked nothing in my life. I'm real sorry about that. I wish I
What
could
do
help
you
you.
eat then?
Oh, I buy food from the saloon. I have other people cook for me. Or Cassie, my wife,
you're
cooks for me too.
rich.
Wait, what?
You are rich.
Yeah, my wife cooks, yeah.
Your wife?
Yeah, my wife, Cassidy.
Wait, who is your... Cassidy, who is Cassidy?
Well, you ain't met her yet, but she's around. She's sleeping in the apartment right now.
You didn't tell me that you had a wife. I really want to know her now. I want to
Well,
be
you didn't
friends with
ask
her.
me. You didn't
Well,
ask me if I had a wife.
No, that is fair, but generally people say
you want
that.
me, should I just walk around? Hey, my name is Bud, and I have a wife, and her name is Cassidy. Is that how I should introduce myself there, Miss Apple?
Yes.
All right, I'll start doing that from now on. I got to use the little boy. I got to use the men's room. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be right back.
How are you, Rika? Are you lost here in the east?
No, I like it. It's cooler.
Oh,
It's
definitely.
alright. It's a bit fucking dusty around here. All this red dust sticking to me out.
I mean, here the dust is nice. I like the red.
You're the only person I know who does like it.
Hey, Rika,
Yeah.
you heard anything from our friends in the West today or possibly yesterday, furthermore?
About what?
Well, you said that this Caleb Crow fella, he got real handsy with you.
What?
You're full of shit, you know that.
What?
No one's got handsy with me, alright? If they did, they'd be on their fucking ass.
I mean, in the sense of, balling your fist up and putting it to your fucking face, is what I mean. Not in any other way.
They turned it around, Sheriff. Said it was you that was stirring shit about me. They explained themselves in it. They said there's a universal telegram system. That perhaps when they got the shout about me digging them 2 graves up at Tumbleweed, maybe that put assumptions in people's minds that I was like a universal grave digger or something.
Oh no!
You know, someone who's been going around
Thank
doing
you
it
for
everywhere.
the
before I
prime.
know,
Thank you
I'll
for
dirty name.
your sub. 6 months in a row.
You know, but I only done it just them one time,
This is-
you know. And I only done it because Mr. Crow put the idea in my head. He said you'd get
Hope you're
vintage
doing
whiskey
good.
and that.
Yeah, I understand that. He coerced you into going to rob the graves, and then he beat the living shit out of you after he arrested you. So why am I full of shit?
It's not what happened at all.
That's exactly what you said happened yesterday.
No, I didn't. I
It
think you may
is.
be misinterpreting me when I say banged up. It's a
No.
term we use in London. It means he put me inside a cage.
He said You said he put you in a cage and beat you for 5 to 10 minutes.
He
That's
put-
exactly what you said.
Wow,
Now, if you
that's
want to change the
crazy.
story, that's a completely different thing.
You're putting words in my mouth, Sheriff.
No, I'm not.
I said he banged me up for 10 minutes straight. He didn't say nothing about no beating. He's all right, that Crow. Don't like you very much.
Oh, yeah? Is he now?
All right, I
says you're
have
a
what you need,
troublemaker.
Apolline.
Thank you.
Maybe I am.
I also have a couple of carrot seeds, so I'll give them to you. And milk.
How did you get the milk?
Yeah, I got milk.
Uh,
oh no.
Emerald Ranch?
Emerald Ranch, yeah.
Right.
If they're around. They don't have a store like McFarland's, though. At least from what I've seen. There you go.
But the stuff that we have found is good already, no? Is it enough?
They're
Have a good
what
day
we have
now.
now.
Goodbyes.
The food has spoiled, so I don't have the rest.
Okay. Perfect.
I think I gave you everything. Yeah, I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I can try to grow tomato. You have a recipe with tomato, sorry.
I believe so. I believe so. Let me look. No, yes I do. Tomato soup, but I have the instructions for it already.
Okay, good.
I need the instructions for coffee. I just sort of lied a little bit in the book. But coffee, white coffee, let me see here. And yeah, coffee and white coffee for sure. I have cooked bacon and eggs, so I know how that is.
Okay, I will try to make the coffee then.
Mm-hmm.
I might know, maybe with the pestle, I think. Maybe you needed to crush the grains and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
with the coffee grounds?
Yeah,
All right.
I try that.
Yeah. All right. Where did Buttons go?
Don't know.
If I'm
Probably was maybe
inside.
inside.
So
Trying to learn how to hold it.
I was not trying to have dropping, but about Mr. Crow, is that true?
What
It's
about
true.
Mr. Crow?
He don't beat me or nothing. Bridget's making that up. I
Okay.
told Bridget, I said, Crow banged me up for 10 minutes straight. I said nothing about no beating.
Why is he saying that to this sheriff?
Because he's a fucking shit stirrer, just like Crow told me he was. They don't like each other one little bit, them two.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting though?
Yeah.
Sheriff's office out in the west, out in Armadillo, they pretty much told me to go grave digging everywhere else. They were like, you should just go and do it. Can you believe her?
That's weird. Are you friends with this sheriff?
I'm friends with no sheriff.
You are friends with Crow.
Where'd you get that from?
I saw you, no, in Armadillo.
I talked to him. He
Yeah.
usually talks to me. He could be good for information.
Also true.
I ain't friends with no sheriff. Or deputy neither.
There is some there good, I'm sure. They are not all like that. And we need people like them anyway.
Crow's the best of a bad bunch, as far as I'm concerned.
I need to go to the telegram station, but I'll be right back.
All right.
I will buy the stuff for the coffee very quick. I'll be back. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, guys. Happy Thursday, Louise. I'm off work from the bank. I fell off a... Oh, what? You fell off a ladder? No. In the garden, I've got friends, family looking for me. I can't fall. What? No. Puppet. How did you broke any bones? You okay? My God. I feel sorry for you. It's a horrible pain. Please get better soon. Hi Teddy, how are you? One bird. Fuck. Coffee. Cup. And that's it, I think. Maybe an empty bottle. Wait, did I took it? Wait. Oh. I think there is a lag. I cannot move, what? I cannot move. I can't do anything, the fuck? Alright. I will restart, I guess. Yeah. I think it's a normal lag, Grindel. I'll be okay. Have people bringing coffee and ice cream. Oh, so that's all good. Thanks for the stream. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Puppet, for stopping by every time. No broken bones, but hurt my knee. Oh boy. Tu vas regarder le match de la France? Ouais, je le regarderai. Je vais couper le stream avant vers 21h quand le match commencera. Je regarderai. Tu vas le regarder, toi? Tu es football ou genre parce que c'est la France, tu regardes? Je suis pas trop football, je regarde que pour la Coupe du Monde. Je suis juste quelques matchs que je regarde avec des amis. Mais je suis pas intéressée par le foot, hein. Pas du tout. Ah, c'est 15h. Ah bah oui, c'est 15h pour toi, évidemment. C'est 21h pour moi. Mais c'est vrai, il est super tôt pour toi, là. Il est pas genre 10h42? Oh. « 10h44, c'est précis, hein? I can always count on the US team to disappoint me. No. I mean, they won, right? Their first match. So I guess they're not that bad, I guess. I'm having a lot of fun of watching TikTok about the American supporters and the way they sing and everything. It's really, really funny. I really like it. Okay, we're back. Okay. The women's team is usually much better at kicking butt, I bet. I hope they are. Oh, wait. Did I took everything? Coffee, cup. Oh, yeah. I need the bottle of water. And what? Oh, see, guys, when I try to take the bottle, I can't. I'm having this lag. Like, I can't move. I can't do anything. Oh, all right. I guess I can't buy it, I guess. Again? Sorry? Again? Ouais, je pense que le script est cassé, Normus, c'est ça. Sorry, bear with me. I'm trying to restart the game. For the second time. Tu rentres le 7 juillet? Trop cool. Ben, en plus, il va faire très 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 chaud, hein. Je crois que je l'avais déjà dit. Il fait super chaud ici. Mais c'est cool pour toi. J'espère que ça ira mieux pour toi en France. Tu stresses? Non. Tu verras, la vie est douce ici. Faut pas stresser. Je dis ça, moi aussi je stresse pour l'année prochaine quand je partirai. C'est vrai que ça me stresse énormément aussi. You know, guys, I just thought about something that I really like. It's like you can understand each other like in French and English, and you can exchange and create links all together, even though we are not from the same country or not even the same mother tongue and everything. I really like it. I really like that I can create this kind of connections here. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we're back and not buying bottles. Oops, no! No! She had a good color. No! Where is... Fuck! I need to go to the clothing store. I hope Nina is still around. Oh, sorry. Oh! Oh, sorry. Yeah, and I think the translation on the screen is pretty accurate. Not the best, pretty accurate. And it helps a lot. Oh my god, is she still around? Oh, I think she left. Fuck. Oh man, hold on. Nina. Oh! Oh! It was close.
Boy, he blessed us with some fine weather.
Just happy it ain't the rain.
Bow fishing, telegram. Bow fishing. Nina. May I join? Apolline. I will try to do this coffee. To make the coffee, I'll try. I'm starting to think it's a French thing. It must be. It must be a French thing. Definitely. French are crazy, you know. Also, are you watching the match tonight? Today? The French? I might watch it. It's your only day off today? Oh man. Only today you're gonna miss a lot of match. I don't remember where was the fire, the campfire. This way? Houses are so pretty. Have you seen any of the houses yet? Yeah, I've seen some inside. Some manors. I was trying to find the manors for Apolline and her family, but I have not seen a lot of inside because I don't want to. I mean, you know, it's not very logical if Apolline go inside, and you know, it's private properties. So I didn't see a lot. There's definitely someone. How can I do then? Maybe so that. Yeah. No. No. Water. It's not working. Why? Why? And water. Cooking pot? Cup? Wait. How? Coffee ground, I have one. Cup, I have one. Water, I have one. Can I craft? No, I can't. I can't craft. With whiskey? Nah. I'm sure it's like the bottle of water. Remember the bottle that makes us crash? I think we need that. The canteen doesn't work for some reason. I don't know. Fuck! That's annoying. That is really annoying. I can't make coffee. You know, I will try last one time. Okay? There is a general store in Saint-Denis. I will try there. The Saint-Denis ones are so impressive. Brother, they are so pretty. Like, see, all of the houses here, they are all open. Almost all, I'm exaggerating, but almost all of them are open and are so pretty. And Saint-Denis is so pretty. I love this server for that. Oh, what's that? What's that? Ah, it's too high. I'm too small, I can't see. I can't see the poster. Oh no! I think it was a big person who dropped the poster. I cannot read that. I'm too fucking small. What about this one? Okay, this one I can. Piazza de Palma. Saint-Denis General Store, everything under the sun, working with multiple businesses and branches throughout the frontier. We can get what you need at your convenience. Oh, Palermo de Palma. I don't know this person. Don't think I've met them yet. Ah! Sorry, Apple, too short. Okay. Empty bottle. Okay. Cross the finger, cross the finger, cross the finger. Oh my god, it's working, yes! Yay! Woo! We have the bottle! Bottle. Yay! Now we can fill it with water. I guess. Fill bottle. Okay, good. Okay, water. I think we have everything now. Okay, let's go back. Oh, madam, watch out! Apolline will have her coffee. I will also try to make tea with that. Oh yeah, we need to make coffee and light coffee. Is that the name? Yes! Yes! Coffee! So, remember for coffee, how do you call that? Coffee ground, then bottle of water, then cup. Okay, and we have black coffee. And now, where is the milk? Milk? No? Where is the bottle of water? Oh, I think the bottle of water is only one use. No, that's... Oh, fuck. Okay. She can drink. Good. Coffee good. There's someone. Yeah, Chrono. I think the bottle of water is only one use, sadly. It's not expensive, so it's okay. All right, and now we can wait. Oh, and the cup is also one use. Ah, that's good to know. So we need to buy again cup, bottle of water, and that's it. Can you feel it in the river? Chrono, nobody wants to drink a coffee with the, like, water from river. Nobody wants to drink that. But I think, yes, you can fill it, you can fill up things with the river. And the fountain. That's where I bath! That's where I bath! No! No! Don't say that! I think it's better than anything. I know people who only bath when it rains. And bottle. Okay, good. Chrono coffee is not for the weak. Not for the weak. Water from river, where people bath and throw things, garbage. I hope your stomach is solid. Strong stomach. Hey, come on. All right. Tito bath coffee will bath coffee. Tito will say that. You know, Tito is a very good seller. I'm sure he will say this kind of things. And people will go crazy when they know that it's from him, you know. They will definitely buy it. The labels only work for businesses, I think, which is... Oh, really? I mean, he can make a business about selling, you know, water from bathing. It can be his own business. So you can label them. Okay. Coffee and then milk. Oh... What if... No? So milk is not working. Why? Does it even exist, this recipe? I don't think it exists. The light coffee? White coffee, no, it does. Ah! Okay. Wait, sorry, I take a screen so I remember. Hold on. Alright. So for example, wait, if I don't put the thing in a good position, it doesn't work then. Yeah, it definitely doesn't work. I see. You need to put the things in the good position. And then the milk. No, sorry. The milk. No. Wait, what was the milk again? Hey, come on! Okay. Water, milk, and the coffee here. Alright. It's 100 times harder than wild. I agree. I agree, but I don't mind. I like that. I like it. It's make the thing a bit complicated, but I like it this way. Okay. I need to find Nina and tell her about this. Wait, hold on. Do I have white coffee? Okay, it's that. Okay, so the position is very, very important for the cooking thing. And you can't mess up with this. But I agree, in a way it's make a bit more difficult to find new recipes to test. It makes things a bit difficult. Bow fishing is when you go on a boat, right? And you fish. So empty. Bottle. You fill up the bottle with water. Aïe! Thank you for the follow. Osna Caffeine. We are making coffee. See, it's for you. Welcome here. And then move the coffee grounds. After making the coffee, the bottle will break. What was the recipe again? It was white coffee, right? White coffee or light coffee? You need coffee grounds, empty bottle, cup and milk. Bottom the cup. Above, you put the water, and above the milk, the coffee grounds are at the bottom left. There you go. I'm wondering where they are fishing. Thank you, Grindel. Thank you for stopping by. Have a beautiful day. Kisses. What the fuck? That is so... Wondering if they're there. Rika? Oh. Nina? Sorry, I'm looking for my friend Rika and Nina. Have you seen anybody around? I think it's an NPC. Yeah, okay. Oh, you prefer to stay silent. I respect that. It's okay. Definitely an NPC. It's cute. Sorry, I'm just passing by. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just passing by. Hey, Caffeine. I didn't know you stream. Good to find you. Will read you next time I could. Wait. Who do you play? You play on Rosalita? Always enjoy your stream, lovely. Sorry, not chatting much. I'm here. No, it's okay. No worries, Puppet. You know, I don't need people to chat or, you know, or to interact. I just want you to enjoy the stream, and if you want to chat, you can chat, you know. I'm very fine with people who just want to chill and lurk. I love that. Oh! You play Caleb Crow! Yay! Welcome here then. Sir Crown. Oh! The fuck? Did he try to kill us? I was wondering if he was following us. Mr. Crow, yay! I stream sometimes, not every day. Nah, I agree, guys. My new monitor, I can tell that the game is a bit pretty, you know. I don't know if you see the difference, but I can definitely see that the colors are more vibrant. It's colorful. It's not some pale color, you know. It's a bit better. I like it. You. This game is one of the best game ever made. It took Rockstar 10 years to make it. They took 10 years to make it, yeah? Worth it, definitely. This game is so pretty. Yeah, exactly 10 years after, even good. So pretty. So realist. Oh, there is deputies here. I will just put some money in the bank just in case. For the future if we need money. Oh. It's disgusting here. Mud everywhere. $80 would be good. I can barely walk. Wait, hold on, I want to try something. Can I see the reflection in the mud? Oh. Whoa. I can see the reflection a bit, yeah, wow. This is the mud of Valentine. Bonjour. What do you sell, madame? Whiskey, $2? $2? $2 the whiskey? The shots? What? Are we in sudden or something, madam? What does that mean? $2 the whiskey? Is it made of gold? Huh? Is it made of gold? Do put gold nuggets inside? Crazy, crazy. Waren Valentine here. Come on. Come on. Be real.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, Gaston.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, is that a deer on your horse?
A buck, yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting, I see. You like hunting?
Yeah, it's how to say? It's good against stress. So yeah.
Against the stress, you fight the stress by killing deer.
Kinda, yeah.
How's it going?
Bonjour.
Is that Gaston?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hello.
Gaston Lalonde, comment ça va?
Ça va, merci.
Vous parlez français?
Oui.
Oui. On parle tous français ici, je pense, dans ce groupe.
Ah, mais venez à Saint-Denis dans ce cas-là. Pourquoi rester à Valentine? Oh.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. What are you folks doing?
Oh, I was just wandering around. Do you know any recipes for cooking?
I am completely reliant on the saloons myself.
Oh.
I do not.
Wait,
I do
no.
not.
No.
I know how to make. I know how to cook meat, and that's about it. Make some coffee.
Yeah, same. I know the basics, but I want to do pastries or elaborated meal.
Oh. If you know Apolline, I know how to make apple juice.
You know how to make apple juice?
Yeah.
You can teach me that.
Okay.
Apolline, you might want to talk to Sylvester when he comes around. Maybe that's why you were here at the saloon.
I've heard about Sylvester.
Yeah, he knows quite a few recipes. I met you in Saint Denis and by the Telegraph. Yeah, that was several days ago, but I wasn't dressed like this because I still had on my Saint Denis clothes, I call them.
What is your name?
My name is Dr. Evelyn Vale.
Ah oui, Evelyn Vale. Yes.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you here.
Yeah, it's a bit rare. I must say I'm not a fan of the mud here.
No. The mud will grow on you. I'm telling you.
No, I had to get rid of my long skirts and my
not
shoes
so
and
bad.
put on boots.
It's impossible to walk here. And Mr. Sylvester is he around?
I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, not right now. I don't think so.
Bonjour.
Oh, there she goes.
Oh, just dropping a French word and leaving like that? She must be French.
Yeah, she is. I think she is, actually.
Oh, is she too?
Yeah.
Why the French are here? You go to Saint-Denis. If you speak French... Valentin.
Valentin. Wouldn't it be Valentin? No.
Valentin, that's the name, yeah. In French.
Valentin.
Oh, I think he's Québécois.
I just don't like the city, to be honest.
No, I'm joking, you too. What are you doing?
Wrong, Billy.
Did you say you were wrong?
Yeah. yeah.
Just flat out, you are wrong.
You're wrong. Live in the city. Go to the city. Better.
No. Listen, I was there for one day. I went to the Mint once. And the woman working behind the bar, she was getting yelled at by her husband.
What?
So, I'm serious. She had to work later, and then he was yelling at her and telling her she was worth nothing, and he does everything for her, and she should drop everything to accommodate to his needs and whatnot. And I was like, oh shit, hey, this is the city, huh?
Oh, maybe they're not from the city.
Not a good first impression, that's for sure.
It was not.
No,
it was not.
sure. Maybe they're not from Saint-Denis.
I'm not sure. Apparently, he was a pretty powerful man, so.
Do you know him?
I don't know who he was, I don't remember. But it's the blonde woman that works behind the bar. At the
Oh, Jilly? Monsieur Jilly?
No, the woman was the blonde woman that works there.
Oh, no, I know. Celeste something. I know her.
No?
Celestine, yes, it's Celestine. I know her husband is very strict with her.
Yeah, it was a tough listen and a tough watch.
No, I'm actually aware of that. Yes.
She started crying.
Oh, the poor girl.
Yeah. I hope she's okay. She did tell us that it wasn't arranged marriage type thing. But still no way to treat each other or treat her anyways.
No, that is true. I mean, I cannot tell much. My uncle is a bit strict too with me, so you know.
I suppose.
Your uncle.
What happened to love, huh? What happened to just meeting someone and falling in love?
I'm all for that. I think that's the way it should be. I told you about my parents wanting me to get married. My parents wanted me to marry one of the sons of their friends just to, keep up social standing and all of that, and I said no.
That is very common. Thankfully, I don't have to marry anybody, but my uncle keeps me very, he watch over me.
Yeah, that's
Who's your uncle, Apolline?
Louis-Étienne de Marinville. I don't think you have met him.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. He must be around. He's a nice man, but a bit strict, a bit old school.
Understand.
And you, what are you up to? What are you doing here?
I was about to go do some hunting, cook some food, and go off duty for a little bit. I'm a deputy here in Valentine.
Ah, yeah. That's
Sorry.
not good, that's not good.
Yes. Sorry for you.
You say sorry for me? For being a deputy?
Yeah.
Especially here. No, deputy is okay, but here.
He does a great job.
Listen, everyone here is so nice, and we have no crime, except for yesterday. But besides that, it's been
what are you doing here if there is no crime?
Keeping the peace.
I'm making sure it stays that way.
People can get riled up. You got to calm them down and make sure that fights don't break out in the saloon. And
I tell you
like
what,
that.
so far there's been crime everywhere, except for Valentine.
But yesterday.
Except for yesterday.
Except yesterday.
So what happened yesterday?
Some folks from Saint Denis actually were robbed here in the saloon.
Sorry, who from Saint Denis? Who?
Mario.
What? Wait, sorry.
Yeah, Mario, the pawn shop owner.
What?
He was robbed here. He was pistol whipped, actually. They beat the shit out of him, I heard.
And needed a doctor, right?
I think so. And Nina was also part of it. The woman that takes the portraits.
Nina.
Yeah. I was gone for an hour.
Sorry. They got robbed or they robbed?
They got robbed.
By who?
Not sure. 3 men, apparently dressed like...
Evelyn, you're never
like
brushing your horse?
Duster coats and
Oh,
the only significant, like unique clothing from one of them was beige fuzzy chaps. That's
so probably people from the west.
Yeah, that's what
you
I
let
thought
him, laying in.
Oh, strange.
So I was gonna wait until he recovers a little bit, and then
They got robbed here in Valentine.
Yeah, they were playing poker.
Oh, I see. They took anything from Nina?
I don't think so. I heard they took 2 guns and money. I think. But
okay.
They had them all lined up against or pressed up against the wall here.
That's horrible.
So I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope Nina's alright.
I mean, I saw
hope,
Nina today and she was nice. She was okay, I mean, so.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, but she
Have you
didn't
seen
tell me
Mario?
anything. No, Mario I've not seen him, but she told me nothing about this being robbed. She didn't tell me, so. We talk
really?
about the same lady, right? Nina, brown hair, very sweet.
So. Takes pictures?
Yes, she takes pictures.
Yeah.
Oh shit, then. She didn't tell me.
Yeah, you can ask. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't witness anything. I'm just reading the reports. To be honest. And then I took a statement from another woman that was present. Her name was Artemis. She's a horse trainer. But yeah, apparently Mario got the worst of it. He got pistol whipped and everything. He got concussed pretty bad.
He must be at the hospital, I guess, no?
Yeah, he's probably recovering. I'm gonna wait until he gets better. I'm gonna wait a couple days and then I'll go and reach out. Try to see if I can get a statement from him.
Mm-hmm. Alright, thank you. What is your name again? Rob?
I'm Billy.
Billy, oh mon dieu. Billy. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, Billy.
Thank you, Billy.
Yes, man. No problem.
Hello.
Where's she going?
I don't know. She got a
so
lot.
Much energy.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. A lot of energy, this lady, huh?
I know. Holy shit.
People of Valentine's, they have a lot of energy. Huh?
I guess.
She may have taken some of that cocaine.
Okay.
Cocaine is legal?
Cocaine. Oh yes, cocaine is an excellent medication.
But it's like you need to transform it, no? You cannot take a raw cocaine. You need to put that in medicine, no?
Cocaine powder, yes indeed.
Ah yes, alright.
Yep. You just can put a little on your tongue and you can feel like $1 million.
Mmm.
I'll have to try it someday.
Is drug legal or illegal? Any drug?
Cocaine is not a drug. And opium is I think someone was it Miss Flora originally that was going to set up an opium den.
The only thing I know, moonshine is illegal in some areas. Sheriff Woody has not made a decision yet if moonshine will be illegal here.
Okay, so it depends of the area, I guess.
I believe so, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and I do know that there's the opium that we get as doctors is quite pure and is safe, and I don't know about any opium that might be manufactured by anybody with a fire or anything like that. I don't know if it would be as pure or if it would be frowned upon. Kind of like alcohol being sold in the saloons versus moonshine.
But so, you sure your opium isn't dangerous?
Well, anything can be dangerous if you take it in high enough quantities,
Mm-hmm.
Like morphine can save a life, but you give 2 doses of morphine and it'll kill you.
Oh, dang.
It's just too much for the body to handle, so it's all about finding what's called the therapeutic dose. The amount that's just right for helping out.
Yeah, I guess so. So you take it easy on the morphine, okay?
I'm not taking morphine, so hopefully.
Even water can kill you if you drink too much of it.
Really, no?
It is true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
What? Really?
Yes.
You can drown yourself with water?
Well, you can drink so much water that I don't know exactly how it works, but I think it's that the other nutrients in your body, kind of get flushed out by the water, and then you don't have enough in your body to keep you healthy. You can die that way.
So did the person exploded?
No, they didn't explode from being filled up
What?
with too much water. No, not like that. Not like their stomach rupturing or something like that. But they just faded away, closed their eyes and passed away just like that.
Oh.
Horrible, horrible.
Yeah.
That is quite horrible.
You know, there's something else you never want to do.
Go ahead.
So there was a fella
Hold on, I'll be right back.
in the Olympics. I read about this in the newspaper. There was a fella in the Olympics. He was in Germany, I believe. That's where he was from. He was from Germany, and he decided that he was worried about a sunburn because he was running a marathon.
Mm-hmm.
And so he decided to cover himself with honey to prevent the sunburn.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
And honey is actually good for curing if you have a wound or something like that, but he couldn't sweat. He couldn't sweat because he had all this honey on his body and he overheated and he died.
Mon Dieu. That is a very weird way to die.
Isn't it, though?
Dying because of honey. Horrible.
That's a crazy way to die, I'm telling you. But just goes to show, honey is actually a real lifesaver. You know, it can help keep germs out of your body and do all kinds of great things, but you don't want to use it as a sunscreen. No way.
All right, noted. I will not do it then.
Mm-hmm. But
can you imagine this guy running in the streets in a marathon covered in honey?
Yeah.
Just craziness.
But so tell me if I'm wrong, but I guess if we got some honey with us, even if it's into a book, a jar or something like that, we have more chance to attract bears, right?
Yes, that's true. I think so. As long as maybe if you keep it open.
Terrifying.
Well, I don't know. Do they actually attract? I know they make the honey. Do they actually want to come back to the honey? I wonder about that.
Oh, I don't know.
Did you know that honey is just bee throw up?
Oh, that makes it very disgusting now.
Mm-hmm.
I've never thought about that.
I thought about that. I learned it in medical school, and I thought we're putting bee throw up in people's wounds, but the bees are amazing with what they can do, I suppose.
So vomit can be good sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I don't recommend a person vomiting on another person.
No.
I think that would be very bad, but bee vomit,
the
honey, that's perfectly fine.
How are you?
Mm-hmm.
I think calling it honey instead of bee vomit's a good idea. I don't think many people would buy it if it was labeled bee vomit.
Bee vomit. I think it's a good label.
We should try selling it in the stores. Bee vomit with one label and honey with the other and see what happens.
I'm gonna be honest, I think not a lot of people will buy it unless they're completely crazy.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
That being said. Well, I'll be right back. I need to check my Telegram now.
Yes, you go ahead. When Billy comes back, we're going to go out hunting.
All right. Bee vomit. That's a crazy thing to say. Bonjour. Ringneck Creek. Okay. Ringneck Creek? What's that? Oh, they're there. Okay, I see. The horse is cute, isn't it? It's a Turcoman, and her name is Jolie, which means pretty in French. And a girl gave Apolline this horse. She trained her and everything, and she gave her the horse for $15 only. We may have another horse waiting for us in the training.
Up for you, that would help calm the nerves a little. That might help you. I can give it to you later on today.
No, that's gonna feed another addiction.
Yeah, there is that risk that giving you the stuff to calm your nerves may just make you want to rely on it.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing to do, I'll tell you, is don't carry very much money with you. And then you can't gamble it away.
That's what I'm trying to do. But so here is a problem. I mean, I've contract some debts and trying to.
I'm gonna experiment
to
real quick.
Why is she running everywhere?
To make more money. And
Everybody's running here.
How much is your debt, Gaston? Can you tell us? How bad is it?
Not a lot. It's something around $80 or something like that.
Oh, $80.
80 already, Gaston?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of debt.
Crazy. No wonder why you left France. I bet you have a lot of debt there.
No, unfortunately lately.
This is crazy.
I don't think you should. I think you should ask the draft horse people to give your money to somebody else to hang on to for you.
Probably, yeah, I should, yeah. I should.
Yeah, that's a lot of debt.
Oh, you think?
It is.
You know, it's a lot, 80.
Oh. I mean,
Have a
you
good
know
day,
when,
my friend.
when I'm going to the I'm speaking with the dealer at Blackjack. So
Yes.
I'm always super confident, and I'm starting the round, saying to myself, "Oh, this time is the good one. I will erase my debt." But each time the dealer win.
You're a gambler, I see.
Yeah.
Gambling is bad, you know. It's a sin. Hello.
Hello. How you fine folks doing?
Good, and you?
I'm alright, how are you?
Doing well.
Doing fine. Doing fine.
Well, I
Is
must
there
have
any
to go.
law men or women around here?
Here, yes.
Yes, sir. I am a deputy here in Valentine.
Right. Marshal Crenshaw. What's your name?
Nice to meet you. I'm Billy Colston.
Right. Let's
My
talk,
name-
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Are you a deputy as well, ma'am?
No, I'm the doctor here in town. My name's Evelyn Vale.
Right. Pleasure.
Well,
Pleasure to meet you too. Crenshaw, did you say your last name
I
was?
will go, Gaston.
Yes, Crenshaw.
I'm going to
Okay.
fish, I guess. I think I will fish.
Fishing?
I guess I'm joining friends who are fishing. And you, what are you doing?
So I wanted to have a talk with Sylvester.
Oh, right.
But I will probably back to Sindoni and do some little things for the brewery.
Brewery?
Yeah, making alcohol. I don't know how to pronounce this word. That's terrible. But yeah. So distillery,
What
if you prefer.
you make whiskey or beer? Beer?
So not for the moment, but I will learn because I've been hired there yesterday. But yeah, they will teach me how to do that.
That's sweet. All right then. Well, I'm going fishing in that case.
Sure.
See you
Enjoy
later,
and stay
Gaston.
safe. Yeah, see you later.
Finally, I can leave Valentine. The meds. Hi, Polybara. Welcome. How are you doing? That's a hard word to say, now, right? Brewery. I know how to say distillery. But brewery. Oh fuck! Telegram. Thank you for the follow, Bert. Welcome. No, Burberry. Burberry. Brewery. Whatever. You do checking out Rosalita stuff. Oh, it's a good server. You should join. Meet me in Saint Denis. Okay. Nina. Meet me at the Telegram. Apolline. Brewery. Is that how you say? You know the distillery for beer, I think it's that word. Brewery. To Saint-Denis. Show, notorious show. Sorry, I was not even checking Kick. Sorry, hi. Sorry for missing your message. Hope you're doing good. Happy Tuesday. Rika?
Rico,
Rika.
how you doing? We lost you earlier.
Well, apparently you lost Nina. So I think you lost people.
I'm losing people here, there, and everywhere. Where are you going?
I'm going to find Nina. She's at the telegram station. She wanted to fish with you.
Yeah, I wanted to fish with her. I thought I saw her at Ringneck Creek. Then I went there and she disappeared.
Thank you for the
head. Her horse disappeared.
Little Mystery, welcome.
I thought maybe it was haunted.
Well, she went at the pound, I think she told me, and she did not find you. Howdy, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Milo.
She at telegram station in Saint Denis?
Yes, she's waiting for us. We can join her.
Okay.
How are you doing, guys? Thank you for the raid again. Hope you had a good stream. Were you playing on Rosalita?
What do you think about that sheriff?
The guy who had a talk with you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he's a fucking funny geezer. And I don't mean funny Real peculiar.
I think he's doing his job.
I don't like him. Not one little bit.
You don't like sheriff anyway, so him or another sheriff, even though if he's really nice, you will not like them.
That's not true.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Oh, well, oh, you don't play on Rosalita, no. What a waste. What a waste. Hope you're doing good, though. Oh, here. I think it's a horse. Nina?
Oh, there you are, Rika. Hi, Apolline.
Nina, were you at Ringneck Creek?
I was. I didn't find you.
That's so weird. I literally saw you through the trees. I rode up towards you and couldn't see you, but your horse was there. And then I turned around and your horse had disappeared as well.
Oh,
the place
yeah.
was haunted.
I had to take a quick nap.
Oh, right. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
I was just so confused. I was like, did I see her or not? I did. Then I waited around for a bit, but then I didn't see you, and then it got dark, so I left.
That's fair, that's fair.
I need to go and sell this fish. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
Alright.
Nina, I've heard something, and I want to take the opportunity to talk about you with that since Rika is not here, but you got robbed in Valentine?
Well, a couple of people did. I got held up, yeah.
Okay, you got robbed with Mario, no?
Yes, that's correct.
They took anything from you?
No, they didn't take anything from me at all.
And Mario got beat up.
Yes.
Is he okay?
He's okay, yeah, he's okay.
Alright. And you know who was this person?
No idea. Never seen them before. They rode into town and, yeah, held us all up.
Why? For the reason because they took anything from you, so why?
I don't know. I mean, they took things from the others, but it never took anything from me.
They knew that you were from Saint-Denis, no?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. No, because I was wondering if they especially rob people from Saint-Denis.
Oh, I see. No, I have no idea, to be honest with you.
Mm.
I mean, we were in Valentine, so it would be strange if they targeted Saint Denisians in Valentine, you know?
Yeah. You didn't tell me about this. You wanted to hide it?
No, I didn't want to hide it. I just, truthfully, I've been so busy that I just
yes, I
distract myself.
We need herb pouches for all our herbs. To put them in a pouch. That's what we need.
What did you say?
A pouch?
Herb pouches. You know, like a pouch for your herbs.
So you want
take
that?
up all the space. I want it. We all want it. You don't even know that you want it. Herb pouches for your herbs.
Patches.
Pouches. Like a little bag that you put your herbs in so they don't take up all the space in your pockets.
I don't know this word. I'm learning a new word right now.
Pouch, bag.
Bag.
Yes. It's like a little bag. A satchel.
Satchel. Like a little satchel, yeah. A pouch. Like an herb satchel. That's what we need.
Oh, maybe you're right. Are you going to fish again or?
I don't know what we're doing. To be honest. What are we doing?
I'm okay, thank you. Thank you, Starlet. Everything is fine.
I don't know. I'm a free bird right now. What do you want?
Squirrel.
I don't know.
Bye. Good night, Starlet. Good night. Thank you again for the raid.
What do you feel like doing, Apolline?
I can do whatever you want. You can go fishing and I can join you. If you want.
I do have succulent fish meat on me, actually. We could, let me look at the recipe.
I'm happy to just chill with you girls and just, sit around and smoke.
Yes, sure. And
Yeah,
you
we
can
can
tell
do
us
that too.
stories. I'm sure, Rika, that you know a lot of stories.
I'm not sure, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll come up with something.
Something that you
Apolline,
have lived. Yes.
let me give you this. If you are testing out cooking, I'll give you these things.
Just gonna be thinking about something for a moment.
Sure.
Here you go.
Oh, do you know any recipes with fish?
Only the succulent fish meat. It's bruschetta. I can give you the recipe.
Yes.
It's from Mr. Jelly. He didn't tell me how to cook it, but he gave me the ingredients.
Okay, yeah.
So you need the cooking pot,
Oh, hold
water,
on. Yes.
cooking pot, water, carrots, potatoes,
Just go to
and
the back. Be
succulent
back in a minute.
fish. So it's one of each. So you have 2 succulent fish, so you could make 2 of these bruschetta.
Oh, right. But I don't have potatoes. I guess I can grow potatoes. He didn't told you how to cook it, right? He just gave you the ingredients.
Yeah, he just gave me the ingredients.
Do you know, it's really a pain in the ass. Cooking is like only one mistake and you cannot cook it.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating.
Have you tried the coffee?
I have not tried the coffee. Have you?
Yes, I did. I've made a regular coffee and I've made the white coffee. But yeah, like for example, if you mix between the milk and the water, for example, you cannot even cook it. It's extremely precise. You need to put the ingredients in a very specific position in the oven.
That's a little annoying, actually.
It is very annoying, but I mean, yeah, it's a bit complicated to find recipes like that.
Yeah.
But it
Okay,
works.
that makes sense.
So we have the recipe and the ingredients for coffee. So
Perfect.
good.
Thank you. That was very helpful because I didn't know how to cook that. So we only need for the bruschetta, I think it was called.
Yes.
Which you have the ingredients. So experiment, and when you figure it out, let me know. And honestly, if I can't find Mr. Elmer, because I have 17 or 18 crabs for him, like crustacean meat for him. And if I can't find him, then we're cooking it ourselves, I guess.
All right. Crabs?
Yeah.
I don't know any recipes with crabs.
I don't know either. I think Mr. Elmer knows, but he said he would give me a recipe for an extra recipe when he's done when he got the crabs, but I haven't found him, so I need to find him.
Who's this guy?
He's the owner of the saloon in Rhodes.
Sylvester. No, it's not the same.
No.
Sylvester is the person who owns the
Valentine.
saloon in Valentine. Yes, I also needed to meet this guy.
Yeah, I've met him. He gave me the recipe to apple juice.
Yes, he gave this recipe to a friend of mine, but did he give you everything? I don't know how to cook it.
Yes, he did.
All right, good.
So it's just a bruschetta that we need to know exactly how to cook it.
I can try that when I grow potato.
Yeah, let me double check. Tomato soup, I have. I know how to cook. Tea as well.
Do you have carrot on you?
I have carrots on me. Would you like some?
Only 2, I guess. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Anything else besides that?
I don't know.
Yeah, same. I think it's everything. Is she coming back or? Oh yes, she's.
I
here.
don't know. Oh, there she is.
Welcome back.
Hey, just haven't got enough room for everything.
Oh, I need to step away for like 2 minutes. Give me a moment.
Sure. Did you make up your mind? Do you want to do anything, Rika?
No.
No?
No.
No.
I mean, I've done a few things today. I've done some new things. Tried fishing. It was shit. Then we did fishing by shooting the fish with the arrows. That worked.
You fish with arrows.
Yeah, just shoot them with arrows.
You
Actually
crazy
got some
girl.
fish that time. Yeah. and then I did gold panning. That was good. I got a nugget straight away.
Oh, you're rich?
I'm
Now you
rich.
got my interest. Oh. So you are poor.
Oh, now you're not interested. When I'm rich, will you let me take you out on a date?
I mean, do you find any gold nugget?
In the what?
I'd love to have some.
Wish I had some gold. I found a nugget. That was worth $7.
$7 de nugget?
Yeah, just for one nugget. I was pretty lucky, apparently. They don't come up much often.
On my way to buy a pan, for gold? That's crazy. That's a lot of money, huh? And you never try fishing?
You what?
No, you. You never try fishing?
No.
I
All of
see.
this I've not tried before. Not shot a gun before, I've not done gold panning before.
You never shot a gun before, you said?
Well, yesterday was my first time. You say like you've done it loads of times, right?
You shot
Oh.
on things? Kane?
What?
You shot
Shall
on
we?
what?
Oh, bottles
Oh.
and that.
Ah, okay. Both.
Shall we go to the Mint and just sort of eat there or something?
Yes.
Yeah, why
Can we
not?
go there?
Yeah, because I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. Same.
You can hop on if you like.
Oh. Jolie. I'm sure my horse was around. Jolie, come here.
I think I hear her.
Oh.
There she is.
She's a free spirit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I need
sorry.
to get a bridle for that.
You know, Rika, I think I need a translator sometimes. When you speak, I have difficulties to understand you. You have a funny accent.
I apologise for my funny accent.
The poor girl. Apologize accepted. All right.
Thank you, sir.
bacon and eggs.
Got myself a beef burger, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Fuck. I couldn't sit on the table. It's delicious. The bacon and egg. I like it. What did you took?
Yeah. I had that earlier. It's well nice.
So, Nina, you wanted to go fishing after that?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of doing bow fishing again.
What do you mean by bow fishing?
You have bow and arrow, and you shoot the fish with that.
But you, is it a good way to fish? Is it accurate?
It's kind of hard because you see the water in the fish. You know what I mean? Because of the reflection. It's more fun though.
It's the only thing that's getting results for me.
I think it ruins the fish meat.
Nope.
Have you tried shot the fish with a gun?
No, we haven't tried that.
I've not.
I think it's funnier.
Maybe we should try that next then.
Do you have a gun?
What kind of gun?
38. Don't want to blow his head off.
Then the whole fish will taste like gunpowder.
It's not me that's eating it though.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I can try to slap the fish.
Slap it?
How to say? Kick it? Kick it? I don't have bow, I don't have gun, so I guess I can kick it.
Yeah, just give it a kick.
You should have a gun, Apolline.
No, why?
To protect yourself.
To have a gun.
I do.
Oh. I guess everybody have a gun here.
I didn't have one until yesterday.
Me too, to be honest.
Do you
And when Mario
use
got
it?
hurt, I thought it'd be a good idea to get one.
I don't even know how to use a gun. It's very expensive.
Yeah, that's true. A snub-nosed Schofield, that's what you would need, would cost like $65.
Oh, wow.
What?
Yes, because then you don't need a gun belt. You can just tuck it away.
Okay.
But a Navy revolver is like 40, I think.
Is the gunpowder expensive? The bullet?
No. It's just the gun that's expensive.
Oh.
Like, my 38 was only about $32 or something. Maybe $35 max. And that's alright. I don't think it'd do too much damage unless you hit the point a few times.
I mean, doesn't matter how cheap the gun is. At the end of the day, a gun is a gun, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to think about this. It's a price and I'm not really... I don't like guns. It scares me.
I don't think you should get one, Apple. There's no reason to.
Well, how can I protect myself in a world there is guns everywhere?
She has a point.
talking is not enough. Sometimes, you know, sometimes the people just want to shoot you, and I needed to protect me back.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's all a bit wild out here, isn't it?
Oh, really is. Maybe you can teach me how to shoot.
I could.
Yes.
I'm still new to it, but I could probably teach you.
Is it scary to have a gun?
It made me jump when I shot it the first time.
Jump?
Even though I knew it was going to be loud, like it still made me, close my eyes and jump a little bit. It's a shot.
Mm-hmm.
There's that moment when you pull the trigger and you know what's going to happen, but still, I don't know. All in a moment, it's just sudden, just real loud. And the kick, It's just a bit shocking. You get used to it, I suppose.
Oh, Scott, should definitely have birds. Yeah, Nina, behind, I can hear birds.
I only really saw them around London. Never really held one. Something gangsters would have. Maybe sometimes the police. Real small little ones. Do they have guns in France?
We do have guns, but it's not like here, It's very, very strict in France. Not everybody have guns.
Yeah, that's the same as in England.
Oh, really?
It's quite rare to see them, and they're expensive to get hold of.
Oh, they are very expensive.
You get caught with one, now you go straight to jail for like 5 to 7 years straight away.
Oh, then it's exactly the same in France. Exactly the same.
You still see them in that, but they're just rare.
And here there is no law about guns, right? Anybody can have them.
They buy their children guns for Christmas here.
Oh, that's horrible.
It is the American way.
My father, he fooled me. He told me, Apolline, go to America. Apolline, go live the American dream. Your uncle needs you in America. You need to help him. And here I am in a country where children have guns. I've been fooled.
There's good things about it, though.
Oh, probably yes. Like what?
A lot of the people are nice. There's a lot of freedom out here. The weather's nice too.
No, I agree. The feeling of freedom is really good here. But I'm not that free because my uncle is around and is watching over me.
What kind of man is your uncle?
He's very strict. He's very old school. And, he wants to run as the mayor of Saint-Denis. But he's very nice besides that. But he protects me a lot. That's why so far I never needed a gun. Because I had him. But I've not seen him for days, for maybe 2 weeks actually.
Fucking hell, I hope he's alright.
I hope to.
You sent him a telegram, yeah? Stupid question.
I did. Nina, sometimes I have difficulties to understand you. Don't hesitate to repeat yourself because I have really difficulties to understand you.
Me?
No, Rika, sorry.
Oh, Rika.
Rika.
Yeah.
Nina, no, I understand you very well.
I've been trying hard around you, Abel. Trying to, sound my T's and that.
It's okay.
I think freedom is a horse.
What?
Freedom is a horse. Riding a horse.
A horse.
Hey,
Yeah.
this stream, how are you doing?
You mean like sometimes it kicks you?
I mean,
Ça va ou quoi?
freedom might kick you, but it does take you places.
La vente aux enchères du bouquin coquin, c'est demain.
See your point.
Non, c'est jeudi.
I don't know.
Thursday.
I think a lot of people think freedom is a gun. They can do whatever they want. They can take from people, hurt people,
It's freedom
persuade
to be an
people.
arsehole.
Yeah. But I think true freedom is not hurting anyone and being able to go wherever you like.
Sometimes hurting people is alright though. Oh, if they owe you money.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe.
So if somebody owes you money, you're okay with hurting them.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Never really asked myself that.
Mais say freedom is money. That's all. You're enjoying your plate, Nina?
It's very nice. Would you like to taste?
Did you
What
already
you
put it in your mouth?
No.
What the hell?
No. It's
Have
very,
it from the plate.
it's no, no, merci.
I don't know how they do it in France, but
No,
different to how they do it here.
I tried to reformulate, but it's come out weird in my mouth. In my mind, it makes sense, but when it's come out in my mouth, it's weird. I forgot
I'm
to put
pulling
this.
your leg.
What's wrong with my leg?
No,
Don't leave my leg alone.
No, I'm not lifting your leg. It's a saying. It's a saying. I'm messing with you.
You must have a similar saying in France. Pulling your leg.
No.
Like making a joke. You know, winding you up.
We don't talk about legs. Maybe we
Well,
do
never.
actually. No,
No?
actually, yes, a lot. But we don't pull legs.
What do you do instead?
I
The
guess
baguettes?
there is. Oh, the baguettes. No, we have other expressions, but I don't think it's about legs. No, I know an expression in French. When something is very easy, you say it does not break 3 legs of a duck. And don't ask me why. It's actually no sense.
That makes
that's
no
so.
sense.
It's no sense. Why ducks have 3 legs? That's so
It
weird.
might be a very well endowed duck.
Maybe we were all drunk. That would make sense.
Maybe.
Break 3 legs of a duck. What is the 3rd leg?
Stop
I'm
it.
wondering.
I don't want to know.
We in French are drunk every time.
Oh my goodness. In Romanian, there's this saying. Do you think only there's only one dog with a short tail?
A dog with a short tail?
It's sort of like if somebody how to explain it? There is not only one dog with a short tail. There are many dogs that have short tails, you know?
Those dogs have short tails?
What did you say?
Those dogs have short tails?
Some dogs, yeah. Small
Many,
dogs.
apparently.
In Romania, yes. A lot.
Yeah, but the saying like means sort of like, do you think you're the only one that you know?
Oh, I see. You think you are unique? No, there is a lot of dogs with short tails.
Yeah.
You are not unique.
Exactly.
Oh my god, that's so horrible.
It's kind of sad as well.
The
I'm sorry for them.
I feel sorry for short tails dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good to go?
We can go. I finished my plate.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Is there a place you can wash here?
Upstairs.
Upstairs. Do not take the special bath.
Do take the special bath.
Do not. Do not.
I got a shock about the special bath, right? I thought a nice young lady was going to come and help me, and then this big burly guy came in.
Oh.
All right, and that
Take
took
the
me
special
by
bath.
surprise.
No, no.
I'm not taking the special bath.
I'm a bad influence, aren't I?
Oh, you are. Oh, you are. I took the special bath once. Actually, it was one of my first baths here in Saint-Denis. Horrible. I got scared. This guy was massing my shoulder. I still think about this, you know. It's haunting me. In a bad way.
Oh my.
In a bad way.
Oh. We'll wait for her outside.
Are we going to the Ring Neck Creek?
We could, yeah.
No, Miss! You bonked me! Hey, Teddy! How you doing? How are you?
That'd be nice.
You said the thing for the book is on Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I hope I'm not screaming. It's for
No, no,
the cooking book, isn't it?
No, it's for the Gilded Boudoir.
How do you call this book?
The Gilded Boudoir.
Gilded Boudoir, all right.
For the the saucy book, the lady book.
Oh, yes.
That is for Thursday. It'll be auctioned off at the Mint, so.
You know, I had an idea about this book, but Miss Cashew seems very into. She got a very, very good idea. But I had also a good idea, but I wasn't sure to tell her because she seems very. It's like it's her baby. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
I don't know. I don't know if I can say anything to add my ideas to her.
I think you should. What is your idea?
So you. Oh. You ready?
Hello.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Right. Teddy, what the fuck? 25 stream in a row? Thank you. How are you?
Let me look at the map.
It must be behind this way.
Okay, lead the way.
Sure.
Where do you live, Apolline?
In the manor at the left, close to Saint-Denis. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I used to live in the newspaper building, you know, but the room was a bit small to me and my family, so we took we took a manor here.
Oh, that's nice.
Do you sleep in the newspaper office? In the newspaper
I do,
building?
yeah.
It's pretty but small.
It is, but I'm looking for a different apartment. See if there's anything. Oh goodness.
In Saint-Denis or anywhere else?
Yeah, in Saint Denis.
I saw there were apartments that you can rent. I
Yeah,
wondered how
there
much
are a
they would
couple.
be.
$3 a day?
It is $3 a day is very expensive.
It is.
It is.
Left or forward? Left, I assume.
Oui.
Oh!
Here. Oh my god. Left, sorry.
It's okay.
Hey, do you know what is the price for a whiskey shot in Valentine?
50 cents, probably.
No.
$2?
$2. $2. $2, Rika.
For a shot.
For a shot.
But it's vintage, right?
Oh yeah, it is vintage. Yeah.
That's why.
Yes, but what does that mean, vintage? What does that mean?
Vintage. Old. Aged.
But still, $2 is very expensive.
Aged in oak barrels, probably.
Mm-hmm. Someone pull out their knife?
No.
Oh.
T'en as que 13.
I'm getting a new horse today.
Oh, what is it? Left.
It's a foxtrotter.
They are very good horses.
What colour horse? What's the coat colour?
It's brown and she looks like she stepped in oil.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. She's got like black legs. It's really nice.
You trained her?
Yeah, she's trained.
Oh, right, good. Right.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting her from Miss Sloan. She breeds a lot of foxtrotters, so. And I really want to get myself a black Mustang at some point.
They are so pretty, Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have a tall horse.
Ooh, like a Turkoman?
Yes. Really like a Turkmen or maybe Andalusian.
Oh.
I haven't seen anyone with a Turkmen yet.
Mario has one.
Oh, it's I think it's here down here.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm going to sell Duchess though, this horse. I might keep her, I don't know. I have a Kentucky Saddler I need to get rid of as well.
You can give this horse to someone new in the country.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of giving Cashew the Saddler. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
What are we doing here?
Well,
We're doing
fishing, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's a good fishing pond. Look, it's full of fish here.
It's really nice and relaxing as well.
It's disgusting.
I can't seem to use my bow.
Oh!
There we go. Let's see.
Oh, Rika! You got this. Oh! It's in the water, Nina.
Oh,
You killed
I
it.
see.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. Oh, I can't believe I'm walking on the mud. It's absolutely disgusting. Is there... I can walk with the rock, I guess. I can jump
Maybe.
on the rock?
Yeah,
Is it
if
far?
you can. It's a little far, but maybe you can manage to jump on that one.
Yeah.
Oh!
Alright.
Almost. Hmm. Oh lord. I'm soaked.
It's so funny, the free cam is really funny. Yeah, I can go, I cannot go under the water. Ah! It's disgusting. Rika,
Ooh, I managed with one.
I think bow fishing is more efficient.
I think so too.
Oh, you got one!
Yeah, I have.
So disgusting, Rika.
It's good food, that. Freshwater fish.
I prefer when it's dead and in my plate.
Ooh, a red-filmed pickerel. It's hard to see in the dark.
Do you have a lanterne?
I think you ran off with my lantern, actually.
Oh, mon Dieu, that is your lantern. I just remember, yes, I do.
You can use it.
Yeah.
It was $2, it's fine.
Wait. Do you see better?
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Oh, that is much better.
Oh, there is one here. Look, Nina. To the shore.
Oh, I see
Here.
it, I see it, I see it.
Oui! Yes! Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Come on, Rika! She's winning!
Rika, I think you're
Notre
gonna need to
Apolline
use the
rage
bow and arrow.
baiting, Rika! Oh, she's fed up. Oh, look, there is a fish here. You cannot miss it. Okay, yeah, Rika got it.
Nice, good job.
Good job.
Did you pick it up? It's right here, Rika. Over here. Do you not want it? You'll have to speak up if you're talking.
I cannot hear you, Rika.
I wasn't talking, but I also wasn't speaking up.
Oh, right.
Alright.
Alright. But now I am. Where have they all gone? You scared them all off.
Oh, behind you, Nina.
Oh, I see. There's some over here that I can see. Oh, it ran off. It's somewhere in here.
Oh, here behind the rock.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Hmm.
Do you see it? Ah,
Got it.
Yeah. Oh.
Beautiful. It's lots of small fish here, though.
I guess if you want to be bigger fish, you need to go in a river.
Mm-hmm.
Rika?
Rika?
Oh, she's behind.
Oh, okay, good.
Maybe she's hunting.
Hmm.
Oh, what I was trying to say, about the book. So remember, you... hold on, I'm whispering. So the book we sell actually real food and real tea and blah, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But I was wondering if it's possible to make it like a code. Like, for example, tea means, I don't know, moonshine. Or, apple pie means whatever illegal opium, If it can be a code for that. When someone asks for coffee, they ask for actually moonshine,
Yeah, that could be good. I mean, we would need to talk to people. I can speak with a couple of people and see if they want to distribute that, and then they can use our services like the book to do that. That could be a good idea.
Because
I like that idea.
Because that would be a good idea for the use of the book, I think.
Apolline, I feel you should be telling us a ghost story holding that lantern.
Oh. Ghost story?
You want to scare me?
No, I want you to scare me with a ghost story.
I don't know any ghost story. My little sister, she used to hear voices, My little sister, I think she had a gift, and she was very, very young. And one day in our manor, she was sleeping, and she heard someone, breathing through the wall. And she was like, she woke up and goes, Apolline, there is an old man breathing behind the wall. And I'd be like, oh, no, Marie, there is no people behind the wall. It's our manor. Nobody lives behind the wall. And she goes like, I'm 100% sure I heard someone breathing. It was a very, very old manor. I woke up and I found nothing, literally nothing behind the wall. Just the windows, but it was not even the windows making a breathing sound. We don't know what was that. And sometimes we heard weird things, like some things dropping. Like one day we heard a big thing dropping. I thought it was the wardrobe, the whole thing falling on the floor, but no, when I woke up, nothing around. That was the most scary things I know. That was the most scary things in my house.
That is very scary.
It is very scary. I still don't know what was that.
That's so weird, because that would have been such a huge thing, and then you found nothing.
Yes, I found nothing. I thought it was my parent who make the wardrobe on the good position and clean it, but no, they told me first of all, they have heard nothing, and they fixed nothing, so that is very disturbing.
Yeah, it sounds behind the walls.
I thought about an owl, but that would be a bit surprising if an owl make a breathing sound.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, you know.
It's horrible.
I know.
That's scary. No, thank you.
No, that's, yeah. We still live in this house, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Did you hear these things?
My little sister did. I didn't. Oh, Nina, you are wasting your beautiful outfit.
I know. It's okay.
You're ruining it.
It's work clothes anyway. It's bound to happen at some point.
Isn't there normally a storm around now?
I think the fish are gone, or I can't see them. Too dark.
No. The story is later. The storm, you said? I think it's later. Oh, also, Nina, I remember I gave you the fan, no?
I have a fan.
Maybe I gave it to Kasho.
Oh,
I gave
okay,
someone my
that's fine.
fan.
I have my own fan. You never
So
gave
it's
me a
Kasho.
fan.
No, it's okay. I should give you back the lantern.
You can have it if you want. It's useful.
I don't need it. It's okay.
All right, I'll take it when we leave.
Do you have any ghost story, Rika?
No, not really. I mean, obviously,
Rika, you
I got
need to
scared
speak
and
up.
stuff. I got scared and stuff when I was younger, but like, I don't know, nothing as good as like breathing behind the walls.
Mm-hmm.
Just used to think that there was like a monster under my bed or whatever, or in my wardrobe.
That's so scary.
Not scary as breathing behind bloody walls.
The breathing I've not heard. It was my little sister, but I trust her. I'm sure it was real.
So what can I cook stringy meat with then?
I don't know, actually. We'd have to experiment.
Well, you can cook it like that. Like you have the meat and you can put herbs on it and it's already good.
Do you need a pan?
Yes. Pan
I think so.
above the meat and above the herb.
The pan
What do you
above
think,
the
Apolline?
meat?
No. The pan and then above the meat.
I mean the meat above. I know what you mean.
Oui. They're cute. I like this. They're very cute.
You can really hear it when she gets one. Get a real thudding sound.
I feel like how humans were back thousands of years ago.
You're connecting spiritually.
Exactly. And one with nature.
Killing you. Sticks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is way more efficient than actually fishing.
Whoa.
In my opinion.
You know, you're gonna kill all the... you're gonna kill all the fish here in the
You
pond.
okay?
I fell off in the mud.
Don't fall in the mud. You ruin your dress.
Oh my god, that's so disgusting. You plan to extinct the fish in the pond?
What did you say? If I plan to...
To extinct the fish in the pond?
Maybe? I don't know. Rika, or how's it going for you? Ooh. Ooh, I think you got one.
No, I didn't hear that thud in here.
No, no, it's got scared.
Go on then, though. Go on then.
Oh! Yes, Rika!
Got a rock bass.
That's a good one. This is a good spot, Rika.
Apolline. It's got spooked now.
Ooh, nice. I heard that.
I think we've killed everything.
I think so too.
Whoa, sorry. What's the
Well,
tree to
Wet
that?
fruit knickers. Oh, there's some more over here.
Ooh.
Oh, you got it, Mika.
I think we might have both got it.
It's alright. You can have it. Do we want to try the little islands again?
Then I'll probably call it a day, to be honest with you.
Oh,
That's fair
okay.
enough.
You must have so much fish on you now.
I have quite a lot. I have 3 smallmouth bass. Actually, I have redfin pickerel, bluegills, rock bass, and chain pickerel.
And so you cut them to have the meat?
Yes, the flaky meat and the succulent fish. I can see if the succulent one is the medium-sized one. Let me try.
So how do you cut them? Oh, like that.
I just
Okay.
cut them like
Yeah.
this. Yeah, I just fillet it. Ooh, I have succulent fish meat from the medium one. So from the small one, you get flaky, and from the medium one, you get a succulent, and you get 2 each. Here you go.
And have you tried the big one? Thank you.
I don't have the big one.
All right.
What do we do with the fish?
You
Once we've
fillet
cut
it. So you use your knife by using it on the fish, if you catch my drift.
Well, what do we do then?
And then you fillet it. So if you go to the fish, are you looking at your fish?
Yeah. I've cut it. I've got flaky fish meat.
I think she
yeah.
wants to have a recipe with fish.
Yeah, do
want-
I give it to somebody who wants to cook with it, or can I sell it to the fishmonger?
You can give it to someone who wants to cook with it, or sell it to the fishmonger.
Right, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Even when it's filleted.
If it's filleted, it's for the butcher.
Oh, I see. Oh, right, okay, that works. Oh, that's really
Yeah.
good. So that means I don't have to go all the way to Saint Denis just to sell it.
Mm-hmm.
That works.
Yeah. What kind of fish did you get? Succulent fish or?
All the fish.
Ooh, hold on.
Oh. What is that? It's so big, no?
It is, yeah. It's a smallmouth bass.
Oh.
It's very good.
What it gives you?
It's succulent fish meat.
All right.
Yeah, I got some succulent and some flaky.
Yeah, the small ones give flaky, I think. So you want to have a medium-sized fish for that.
Right, and do you want to go back to the city?
Yeah, we can do that. Let me put the bow away.
Is there anything that you want to do, Rika?
No, not really.
Oh, Nina, I need to give you back the lantern.
Oh, of course. Ooh, don't get kicked. Careful, 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 careful.
Oh.
Careful. All right. Thank you for the lantern.
Sure, thank you.
This was fun.
It was nice. I like it. I just needed to take a bath. I feel disgusting.
That's fair.
When I went in Armadillo, people doesn't believe me when I told them that I bath every day. I bath in a real bath. I don't bath in the river.
Yeah, that's what they do in Armadillo, I guess.
Erika.
Yeah, it's normal in Tumbleweed. You just get in the water. It's
No,
nice.
no.
Water's clean though.
You clean through the horse jug.
No, it's like in the Sea of Coronado, and it's really nice. It's all blue. It's really nice water. It's like a warm bath, but natural.
Warm bath?
I mean, I prefer
it's
an
like
actual
40
tub.
fucking degrees out there.
But the color of the water is green.
No, it's kind of blue, bluey green. You're talking about the bloody horse trough.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about bathing in really nice blue water.
Maybe you are colorblind.
Maybe you're a bit rude.
What do you mean? I saw you cleaning through the horse thing.
Yeah, but I don't have a bath in it. I was just washing myself off a bit, the mud.
Apolline being rude, no?
Straight to Saint Denis?
Yes, if you want to go there.
Yeah, we can go there.
Yes,
I need to
I'm
go
happy.
to the fishmonger.
Do you think you get more money just selling the fish as they are, or more money selling them to the butchers as fillet?
I think more money just selling the fish.
You sure?
I think so. I mean, we could test.
Because I notice when you sell, for example, a bird, you can sell the body and the meat. But it's worth more when you sell the body and then the meat separately.
Yeah.
It's better, more money. Oh, there is a wolf!
Oh, you mean the carcass?
Wolf!
Isn't that a cougar?
I don't think that was a wolf.
That's a cougar.
Cougar?
Yeah.
Where?
It ran off. It ran off.
I don't think that was a cougar.
It was a coyote.
What was that?
It looked more like a coyote, but it was on its own. Maybe a fox?
Maybe.
There was no cougar running away from us. They would have attacked us.
Yeah, you're right. Have you guys ever seen this house before?
No, what is that?
I don't know. I'm kind of curious.
Should we check it out?
Yeah, why not?
I think it's a house for fishing.
It would make sense.
Careful, because there is a lot of alligator here. Hello? Oh.
Hello?
Anybody around?
It's all boarded up then.
Yeah, it is. Huh. Maybe it's abandoned. Look, there's a boat.
Ew. Oh, Nina. You are ruining your clothes.
I mean, they're already ruined.
Yeah, me too. Look at me.
Oh, you're muddy.
I'm disgusting.
You'll take a bath soon in Saint Denis. It's okay.
I smell like shit.
Yeah, me too.
You could get one of those special baths.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, I
fancy
don't
that.
want a man. I don't want a man scrubbing my back. No.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I was very surprised it was a man, but he was really good on my shoulders. Did feel good.
Yeah.
It was when he was putting his hands down in the bath that kind of concerned me a bit.
I'm not allowed to. Is it always
Speaking
a
of
man or
gentlemen.
sometimes the yes?
No, I don't know.
How's
I've
he
only
going
done
with
it
the
once, and it
lawman?
was a man.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
It's
Oh,
alright.
sorry.
That's my fault. Which way?
I don't know. This way?
Okay, this way.
I don't know if it's random. I wouldn't mind betting that it's always a bloody man.
Even if
Wait,
it's a
what did you
woman, I
say?
will feel uncomfortable.
Well, I know, she's nice. She's got a nice voice. I'm alright with that. Be nice if you could choose.
So you want them to line up and you say, I pick you? You scrub my back? Is that what you want, Rika?
Not quite like that, maybe. I was just thinking choose the gender of the person who comes in. Not like you all have to line up. And I'll give you a rating out of 10.
Yes.
Nothing like that.
So you say, I want a special bath, but I want a woman.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No,
I'm paying the money. I should be able to have what I want.
I agree with that. Oh, Nina, do you want to try to cook the fish?
Yeah, we can do that.
Ah!
Do you want to go to the... Oh my goodness.
Ah! Alligator! Alligator!
Alligator!
It's okay. Do you want to go to the east side to that pot?
Far away from the
let's do that.
alligator.
Yeah.
I might be able to actually do some cooking.
Yeah, do
Right.
you want to learn, Rika?
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Bert!
Alright, let's
How
go.
you doing? It's butter. Oh,
Have
you
you
play
got
buttons!
Yes, we do.
How are you?
Apolline has the pan, right?
I have the pan, the cooking thing.
Mm-hmm.
The pestle. I don't know how to use the pestle.
Oh, you have
I
to
don't
use
know
it
either.
on use it on a workbench. You can't use it everywhere
Ah,
else. You have to go to the workbench.
Where is the workbench?
I found one in Thick's Landing.
Alright.
That's where I made
I
my
think it's
tobacco.
this
where I
way.
made my own cigarettes.
Is it expensive to make your own cigarette or
No, it's not too expensive.
Okay.
I really like the greenhouse tool, right?
Yeah. Très
It's
pretty.
very nice inside.
Even this little...
Over here. Oh, someone's using blacksmith here.
This is a nice little place.
Yeah, over here, Rika. So if you look at the fireplace, you can cook there. What did you manage to make?
Nothing, because I haven't got a pan.
Oh, I meant Apolline.
Oh.
I made a cooked fish. Cooked fish with oregano on it. It's exactly the same like meat. It's exactly the same. It's just basic recipe.
Could you pass me the pan? I want to have a go at that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Don't forget to fillet the fish if you have fish fillet.
Yeah. It's cute here. Is it, can we cook here? No,
I don't
we
think
can't.
so. No. No, I can't. Maybe this is a workbench. Oh, it's not.
No.
I'm doing it.
Well
What are you
done.
cooking? What are you cooking?
Succulent fish with thyme.
Oh.
Wait, where do you find the thyme? Where is it?
It's all over. It grows everywhere. Literally everywhere.
All right, thank you, Rika.
Sorry, I can give you some. I can find some for you for your cooking if you want.
Well, is that Nina and I we have tried to find the thyme, but we never find it. So that's why I'm wondering where do you find them?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like that also.
It's creeping thyme or something. You find it
It's
in
a bush,
some
no?
places you find oregano. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And the yarrow, is it poisonous?
I think it is.
It's used in medicine.
Ah, okay. This Flo, she's an herbalist, no, or something?
Oh, I make oregano one as well.
Maybe I can give her the plants.
Who's Flo?
She's a lady who wants to have something opium, den of opium or something. I'm not sure what was that.
Oh,
She
she'll be
was-
wanting poppies then.
Yes,
I've got a
yes.
lot of poppies. I've been storing them up, hundreds of them, just in case somebody wants to buy a load off me for opium.
I'm not sure where she wants to open it, if it's Anthony or Valentine, I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow, welcome. Thanks so much.
Well, there we go. Learn how to cook.
Yeah, it's really good. Thank you for teaching me.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we head to the fishmonger?
Howdy, come here then.
Hello? Do you still need the frying pan?
No, I'll be alright. I'll sell the rest. I'll buy a pan. I'll do my own cooking. I'll start to learn. That'll be my new thing.
Okay.
Nice.
That'll be
You
my
can
new
do
thing for
traveling
having
cooking.
even more space taken up. I wish I had bigger pockets. Just need to find a place to put all these herbs. So many herbs.
There's this lady who buys herbs. Her name is Melisandra.
Oh!
Melisandra.
The
Can
palmistry
give her.
lady.
She's in Saint-Denis.
She buys them for... Yeah, she buys them for 10 cents a piece.
That's really good. That's 5 cents. That's double the price that you'd normally sell them to a herbalist.
Yeah, which is really, really good.
Well,
Shall
do you
we
know where
head
our
to
telegram
the...
is?
I don't know.
I
but
have
maybe
hers.
she has a poster. Oh, you have her?
In the telegram station, I do? I don't think I have it on me. Hold on.
She might have a poster up in the bulletin board.
I can give you the telegram in the telegram station if you want.
Yeah, okay. Because that might be a bit of a moneymaker, that one.
Definitely.
I'll ask her what
Head
what
to
kind
the
of herbs she wants.
fishmonger.
Yeah. I need to go to the butcher because it's been
We
circulated.
can pass by, yeah.
Can I eat it? You don't have a job, no, Rika?
No, not really.
Oh.
No proper one.
Have you ever thought about working in Saint Denis?
No. No, I'm happy to work for the family or whatever. I don't really know what I want to do.
Where is the fishmonger here in Saint Denis, by the way?
By the dogs.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's here? I see.
Is that dodgy looking guy there?
Yeah, he is looking a little dodgy. Hello, sir. Are you willing to buy my fish?
I'm just gonna go to the butcher while you do.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh no, I can't move. Can somebody punch me?
Yes, hold on. I will be careful. There you go. Is it better like that?
No, I need to take a nap.
Hold
This
on.
is terrible.
Is that better like that? No?
No,
All
no,
right.
I am taking a nap. Don't punch me anymore.
Oh, I can't sell the fish. What? No, I have the same problem. No, I have the same problem as her. Fuck. Ah, it happens. Coming back. Oh. What's wrong with the outfit? No. The fuck? What? What's wrong with the outfit now? Come on. Come on. Oh, she's back.
All right.
I might need to the closing store after that.
All right, that's okay.
You can sell it?
Yes, I'm selling now.
You sell the fish, no? The raw fish.
Yes. No, just the fish, not
Yes.
fillet.
Oh yes. Not the meat.
Yeah.
Did you get a headache or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to take
I
a
came
nap.
back and you were both gone.
All right. Shall we go to the butcher?
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't
Alright.
take it filleted, or it does?
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Just the regular fish. Oh, look, bananas. Yeah, I earned $15 today.
15? It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Jump on one of your horses.
Oh.
Hold on. Stop here for a second. Actually, yeah. Hold on. Let me just go here.
I might have to go to the tailor's and play with some outfits.
Same.
I'm in the mood for it.
She's in the stable. That's unfortunate.
Do you need to go to the butcher's, Nina?
No, I am fine.
I'll take you to the stable in a minute.
No, she's all the way in Rhodes, so I need to have her transferred.
Oh my word.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Jolie. No.
Oh, you're just
What happened?
This horse. I'm sure she went back to the stable, this horse.
Oh. Yeah, mine went to...
Oh, well.
Which stable?
I'm not sure. I hope it's the stable in Saint-Denis.
Yeah, mine was in Rhodes last, so...
Oh, no.
Then they'd run back to the stable that's closest, wouldn't you, rather than where they were last stabled?
Yeah.
It's definitely in the stable.
Wanna check the telegrams, ladies?
Sure. Are you expecting a telegram?
I literally
no,
just
I'm
got
hoping.
one as you said that.
I hope so.
Oh, hey, Nina, that's you.
Bonjour, Vinny.
It is.
Oh, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Everything all right?
doing
Hey, look at this.
Yeah.
The whole crew's fucking here. Hold on a second. Let me finish this. Let me finish this right here.
Almost. Come on. It's almost.
All right. Hey, how you guys doing? Everything all right?
Yeah, we're good.
Fuck.
We're good. I earned $15 today from bow fishing.
Hey, $15. Bow fishing. Where's my cut?
Mm-hmm. There's no cut for you. You didn't go out fishing.
$3.
What?
No bucks.
No bucks?
No, it's Nina's money. Do you provide, Vinny? Do you provide?
Yes, Vinny, do you provide?
Hey, Nina, can you maybe translate whatever that was?
Do you provide?
Do I provide? Why don't you tell Miss Apolline if I provide?
Well, you can answer yourself, no?
No. You can answer for me, Nina. That's the whole point here. Do I provide, huh? Do I provide or not? Tell me the truth.
Well, I'm asking you. Do you provide?
Well, all right. Who just went and bought you a horse? Who just went and gave you money for your other horse? Who is then just give you money whenever you need the fucking money? Eh? Right. Okay. All right. I'm starting to get my blood is boiling now. So anyway, let me calm down. How are you guys? Is everything all right?
Yes.
Yes, we're okay.
All
we're
right.
okay.
That's
Been
good
trying
to
new
hear.
things today. Shooting fish with arrows. Gold panning. All sorts of stuff.
Oh, gold panning. You get any money out of that?
Yeah, I got a nugget straight away.
Oh, you got a nugget?
Yeah,
And how much you sell that nugget for?
$7.
Oh, that's actually pretty fucking good
So
cash.
right, isn't it? Yeah. Wish I got a nugget every time I did it. Probably the
that's
only
not
one I'll
bad.
ever get.
I mean, how long did you stay there doing it for?
No, not long. Time went by quickly. I was with this woman called Mabel that I just met on the roadside. I also wanted to try it, so we went and did it together and just made friends. It's all right.
Oh, that's nice. Well, that's very good. That's very good. All right. Well, what you guys getting into now? You don't mind if I tag along, eh?
No, you can tag along.
What are we even doing now?
I don't know. I need to go to the bank and put my money away.
I need to go to the clothing store.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I wanted
let's
to
do
play
that.
with outfits.
All right.
Yeah, let's
Banking
let's
in
do
the tailors.
bank clothing store. Yeah, let's do that.
I know Giuseppe's gonna have some good material in the day, yeah? He's a good tailor, a very good tailor.
He's the best.
Oh,
I look
the
good
greatest.
because of him.
Oh, I feel the same way every time I walk out of that tailor's. Hey, I got a message from Miss Sloan telling us that Coco's ready to be picked up.
Oh, did you tell her that we're around?
I sent her a telegram back to say whenever you are ready, we can come along and grab.
Thank you for the follow.
Perfect.
Welcome, Didi.
That means I gotta go and get the money for it, right? Do I provide? Do I provide?
Ah, mais Gaston, ok. Ça va? Ouais, je stream des fois.
Provide, Vinny, you provide.
Merci pour le follow.
Hey, come on now,
Bienvenue. He's a provider, can you tell? I can tell.
Hey, I appreciate that, Apple. Whatever you said there was spoken with true elegance.
How did you call me? Vinny, how did you call me?
I called you Apple.
Oh.
What did you think I called you?
Something else. Apple, yes.
Oh, right. Okay, well, Apple, rest assured, I only said your name, and I said whatever it was that you... Hey, put your gun on me. I tell you, whatever you said was spoken with true elegance, even if I didn't understand what it was, huh?
You don't understand. Nina, can you make the translation?
He said that you were very elegant in how you were speaking.
Even if I did not know what it was.
Nice.
Even if you did not know what it was.
Oh.
I like the rhythmic talk that you have, eh?
I don't understand what he's saying.
He says he likes the rhythmic talk, how you talk.
Yeah, I would say the same for him.
Oh, hey, I understood that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, Vinny, I can pay you that 8 now.
Oh, hey, yeah, whenever you're ready, Rika, there's no rush.
No, I need... fuck.
There you go.
I think you might have gave it to somebody else.
Apple, did you just sneak in and take it whilst I was passing it?
Hey, he snuck in and just took
it. The money was very pretty. I just wanted to check.
Well, can you
Yeah,
please
just check
check
if it's
and
real,
appreciate the money and then hand the nice pretty money over, please?
She gave you $1.
No.
I give
$8.
$1. $1, you said?
Remember what I said about people who owe me money?
There go $1.
They can get hurt.
Hey, it was more than $1, Apple.
Apolline.
$2.
Hey,
It was
let me tell you.
$8.
Hey, it was at least $16.
16?
It was at least $16. Ain't that right, Rika?
It was $8.
It was only fucking $8. What was the rest?
Apple.
All right.
Do the right thing.
I give him.
She's done the right thing, and you know what she did? Because she split it up and give it to me, I got a lot of fucking quarters now, eh? All right.
Yes.
No, actually, not even quarters. They're fucking cents. All right, great. Okay, let me get rid of this cash.
Ouais, bah, bienvenue Didi, c'est cool de t'avoir ici, c'est cool d'avoir des Français
I'm
déjà
already
dans un
at
serveur américain.
$320.
Pas des francophones, je veux dire.
Hey, all right, I can go and buy
You are
myself a
not
nice
at
place.
$320. Don't lie.
200? You are so rich. I have 1,000.
You have 1,000?
You have $1,000?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Hey, where do you make your money from, Apple?
My father.
And you know, what was that?
My father.
One more time?
Father.
Is that
Daddy.
Pfizer?
Pfizer. Make
Pfizer.
sure that she's
Pfizer.
Her father.
My daddy. My daddy.
Oh,
Father.
hey, daddy, hey, all right, I got you. I know exactly what you're saying. All right, okay. So you had a very rich father. What did your father do for a living?
He got an estate in France, you know, about wine. He sells wine.
Oh,
He's
very
an
nice.
aristocrat.
Hey, I know exactly what you just said there, and I
Aristocrat.
commend everything. Yeah, exactly right. That's right. I like cats too.
All right.
All right. I tell you what we should do. I think the tailors, and I got some money for an
Yes.
outfit.
The cat.
All right.
It's like a damn good idea.
Fucking win.
Yeah. Not that I particularly need to get a new outfit because I think I look pretty good.
I think you need
All
a
right,
new
settle
outfit.
down there.
Wait, what
You
am
do need a new outfit.
Sorry, I was admiring the rain.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I want to get Sloan. I want to get a hold of Sloan as soon as possible. I need to go there, grab that horse. I do need to speak to Mario. There's
I
a
need to
couple of
speak to
things.
Mario as well, and you.
All right.
Oh my god, the water ruins my hair. My hair is ruined.
Hey, it's okay. Once you get in the tailor's, old Giuseppe there, I'm sure he'll dry it all off.
No, see? Nina, you should have one of these.
I should buy one. How much
Umbrella.
are they?
Nice.
$2.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll buy one in future. For my lady outfit.
Lady outfit?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm gonna make it
For my dress.
I want a lady outfit. A dress?
Yeah.
That's
for my
all?
dress. Yeah.
I have a lady outfit right now.
Yeah, you do. It's nice.
What is a man outfit?
A suit. A gentleman outfit.
Oh, sorry, Vinny, you are not in a man outfit.
Hey, you know, I can't wear a suit all the time. It's a little bit tight, you know. I feel like I'm being suffocated.
I feel the same with the corset, but here I am with this corset every day. You need to suffer to look pretty, you know? Is it this one? No, not this one. Fuck.
What happened to my coat?
What do you think of this, Apolline?
You look so pretty. Lady
Thank you.
outfit. What do you think of
Yes, you
mine?
look beautiful too. I love
Thank
it.
you.
It's so gorgeous.
I like the ribbon in your hair.
Thank you.
Rika, does she want a lady outfit?
Ooh, we could dress her up in one.
Hey, Rika.
Rika.
Rika? Where
Come
is
to
she?
the back.
Are you here?
Oh,
Yeah, I was just
here she
changing in
is.
the back.
Show me your lady outfit.
I haven't made it yet. That's why I'm here.
Oh, I see.
I was about to make it. But you don't have to. I'll probably be messing around for a while, so I'll meet you.
It's okay. Yeah.
All right.
I have your telegram anyway.
Do you want to check telegrams?
I don't need to, but I can join you.
No, she said that she already has a telegram.
No,
See, I'm starting to understand what Apple's
you
saying
understand
now.
this.
I'm getting it.
I already have Rika's telegram. If
Oh,
I
that's
lost
what
her.
you meant.
Yes.
Ah, that's good. All right, what do we want to do? Rika says she'll be a while.
I don't mind. Whatever you guys want. I just need to have a couple of conversations with a couple of people. I ain't really got too much going on today. I will wait for Sloan with the horse, and then I'm ready for whatever you like.
All right. Let's
have nothing planned.
Yeah, nothing planned either.
All right. Well, let's figure it out. What are we gonna do here? So we got photography. I got booze. Apple, what can you sell people?
Books.
All right. What kind of books?
No, I don't know. Actually, I'm saying randomly. I don't know what I can say to people. Usually, I just do paperwork. I don't talk that much. And just paperwork.
Right. I got an idea. So we got two lovely ladies here. One of them's a photographer, and the other one is the hype lady. So that's you, Apple. You're gonna be the hype lady, all right? You're gonna say how beautiful the photos are, that you just went for a beautiful photo shoot, that everybody needs to get these fucking photos taken. And at the same time, you can also say that you had a nice swig of rum, and then you're gonna have photos taken after you had a swig of rum, all right?
A swig of rum?
Yeah, that's right. You know, a little glass of rum, a little a little one of those, a little babbity boo. That's right. That's right. So then we're going to go out. We're going to find people. We're going to ring them up. We're going to say, hey, I just had my photos taken by this amazing photographer over here. And I also had some amazing rum. It was as smooth as anything you're going to try. And it was a combination to die for. Yours for only $10. What do you think?
Yeah, good. It's good price, huh?
It's not bad, right? I mean, we've been thinking about it for a little time. We call it the, what do we call it, Nina? The bundle combo, right?
Yeah.
The the alcoholic photography bundle. That's what we call it.
I guess it's funnier to be a bit drunk for a photo.
Exactly, Apple. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're leaning into. We want people to get all giggity and funny and stupid, and then there you go, take loads of photos, and then they're gonna look back on them photos. They're gonna be like, "Hey, we're so happy Nina took those fucking photos of us down there in Saint Denis." So I think that's a good idea.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
But that's just an option. We got a couple other options out there if you guys want to, just try and earn a little bit of cash, fast cash.
It's a good idea, Fini.
It is a good idea. I like it.
They haven't got the skirt that I wanted.
But I tell you where...
The lady said that the skirt was here.
Rika, you need to wear a dress, no pants.
Yeah, but I'm giving up on that because they haven't got the skirt that I wanted.
But you don't care. Take any skirt for a lady outfit.
There was a specific
come on, girls,
skirt.
help her out, help her out.
Describe the skirt.
You could change the bottom of it, and also it had like flowers on it. That you could change the colours of the flowers, and it was all billowy, like silky.
Oh, it's a long skirt.
Have you tried the skirts that have the tag NPC.
Oh yes, that's it. This skirt. It's a very big skirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're
This is
welcome.
it. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
It's a very nice skirt.
It suits you.
Mm-hmm.
Apple, you might need to just move out of the way just a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So are all the poems ready, or I'm whispering?
Yes, sorry, I'm whispering. Yes, they're all ready. So, but there is only. So technically, I can even give you all the poems because they're all done. But I just wanted to modify some words because there is some rhymes that I'm not really sure. And I wanted to give you the best version. And also, I didn't give any title of the poem. Maybe I should title them.
Yeah, you could title them. I think that could be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to work on them more, you can, and you have until tomorrow anyway, so it's fine.
But there is 4 poems, all translated.
Perfect. Perfect.
And the poems are related by the photo, you know. For photo inspired the poems.
Beautiful. I'm very excited.
There is a poem about love.
That's good.
Yes. I'm
It's really
excited.
nice.
I can show you tomorrow. And so Miss Kashu, she is the sailor technically. She is like the saleswoman, no?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you think about the idea that I gave you earlier?
Do those two blues look the same?
I like it.
The blue is exactly the same.
Yes.
It's vibrant blue.
It's very beautiful and very vibrant.
It's alright. They got such beautiful clothes here.
I like your idea, Apolline. We can bring it forward to Miss Juliana.
You know, when I tried to say this idea, she cut me off. So I was not sure to say anything.
I think she's very passionate.
She is very passionate, but it's like it's her baby. And
I agree.
I don't know if I can bring any ideas.
No, you can bring. I'll make sure to give you space for it so that you can.
Because what is the point of the book if it's only to sell food, you know, like real food?
I agree. Yeah, for the cookbook, we could definitely do that.
I mean, that's an idea, but if she decides, if she thinks that it's not too good or a bit too complicated, I will totally understand. I want to participate as well and try to find ideas.
To be honest, the only people who have worked on the actual cookbook is you and me. She you know, like on the food book.
She doesn't?
She hasn't worked on the food book yet.
Hey, you could say that she's working on a different kind of food book, you know.
That's true. I mean, she's working on the other books.
She's working on, yes, so I think it's good. So she is only the muse. What is that? What is that, sweetheart? What is that?
What do you think about this with that fluffy bit on the front?
That's smart.
Ooh, that's very
it
very
is
smart.
so
I like
beautiful.
that.
Oui, I like it.
But yeah, no, she's I wanted her to also go and get recipes, but she hasn't been. For help with cooking.
To be honest, the recipes are really, really difficult to have. I don't know why people doesn't want to share the recipes.
That's right. I was just about to say, when people figure them out, they probably keep them close to their
Yes.
chest.
Yeah, they do.
Every time they ask me, first of all, where are you from? Are you from Saint-Denis? When I say yes, they said, oh, then ask to Mr. Jelly. Because I think they don't want to tell me the recipe. They want to keep them to them.
Yeah, they want to, hold their cards close to their chest. Because if you figure out something really nice and nobody else knows how to make it, you got yourself a 101, as they say, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Rika, you look so lovely.
Look adorable.
Oh, well, thank you.
You got the earrings and everything. Oh my god, you are so pretty, Rika.
Oh, thank you.
The pretty
You're
face.
very pretty.
Yeah, looking good, Rika, looking good.
It feels very strange. Not usually used to being in dresses.
I think it suits you. And the shade of blue and I love the little detail, the flowers.
It's very beautiful.
I see you with a new eye.
I'm glad we came here. And they've got such lovely clothes.
Oh yeah, Giuseppe, he don't mess around with the fabrics in here.
What are we going to do now then?
Well, hey, we got a photographer here. You're in a brand new dress. Why don't we go out and take a couple of photos?
Well, maybe I need to be blue.
Such a good idea.
Let me be blue.
Oh yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes, you can be blue.
Yeah, you've got to be blue
All
as
right,
well.
let me see what I got here.
To have blue.
Perfect.
We all blue. Fuck, which one? I think it was this one.
All right. Okay, so we're all going fucking blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking
We're like
good.
a gang now.
Hey, we're the
I
blue
just changed
bandits.
my shoes.
We are the blue bandits.
I wanted to change some. No, actually, I will not change it.
Hey, I was just about to, live up to the bandit name and pull out my Schofield, but I realized I gave it to Mario.
Yeah, Miss Apolline has never shot a gun before. I was gonna show her how to shoot one.
Oh, I can definitely teach you how to shoot a gun. You'll be in the most capable hands, Miss Apple.
I'm scared of guns.
Oh, they are scary things. I mean, you got a lot of power just there at the end of your hand, but at the same time, they're essential, They are the equalizer. Even if you don't have to use it, the fact that you have it is a big deal.
But imagine if I like it a bit too much. And if
well, then, hey, you come and meet some of my friends. You come meet some of my friends. That'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. In the rain, Nina. She starts to fall in love with the page. She can come meet the guys.
Yeah, why not?
Imagine if I'm too good and I can shoot very, very well. I'd be too good.
Well, hey, that'll be fantastic. That'll be fantastic.
Could have a new career as a criminal with that gun.
Mon Dieu, non. It would be the end of my paperwork career. I'm ready.
Hey, I can see it now, out there talking to people all elegantly, luring them around and then just being like, hey, put your fucking hands up, You know what I mean?
Put your fucking hands up, look, I got a gun, le bam, bam. And don't talk to me like that, or I shoot,
Hey, I mean, it sounds like you got it down.
Yes.
It sounds like you've done that before.
I saw native, right?
Hey, that was good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very intimidating.
Yeah.
Hey, put your hands up, huh? Or I shoot.
Hey, did you see the way she ducked down there, almost like it was in an angle?
Yeah.
That was good.
Would you believe it if I say that? Would you raise up your hands? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, now this is the thing. If you had a gun in your hand, I'll raise my hands for whatever the fuck you say.
Oh, hi.
That's right.
You look scared.
Thank you.
Hey, don't shoot me, Apolline, please.
Careful, beg for your life until.
Hey,
yes,
please.
sinon I will shoot you.
Please, Nina, you're gonna let her kill me.
Yeah, you know.
Hey.
If he dies, he dies. You know what I mean?
If he dies,
Apolline,
he
do your
dies.
thing.
See, that's Nina. If he dies, he dies.
All right. Well, then, hey, it looks like I'm getting walked out like the common dog and getting put down in the street by somebody called Apple.
Apple, that's right. Apple, the guns slater is me. Gunsling.
Hey, I am most definitely not getting robbed in here by a bunch of beautiful ladies. Please come
The
to
Apple
save
Slinger.
me.
Apple Slinger.
Oh, hey, that's actually a really good fucking nickname.
It's actually good.
Hey, that's pretty good. The Apple
Thank
Slinger.
you. The Apple Slinger. There we go.
Hey, that could be your bandit name.
Yeah.
Mon Dieu, I cannot even think about it. If I do that, my family will they will hate me. You know, I will lost my title, lost the money, everything.
You say title?
Yes.
What is your title?
You're a noble?
Yes, I'm noble.
Oh, wow.
It's so my last name is de Villeneuve. The title is de because I'm a countess.
Oh.
In France, but not here. My title means nothing here, apparently.
Oh, all right. So you can count really well, eh?
If I can count well, sorry, Vinny, what?
Is that what you said? You a counter. You can count very well.
I'm a countess.
Oh,
Countess.
countess. Right. Okay. See, I'm kind of getting it. All right. I'm slowly getting there. Eh? You know, more time that I spend here,
It's okay,
the
you
more I
know,
listen,
nobody,
you know.
not everybody goes to the school, huh, Vinny? I can tell. It's okay.
I mean, I can read and write. That's all I can do. Eh? I can read and write, and I'm pretty good with money. I'm good with money maths. I'm not good with regular maths.
$300 in the bank, huh?
Hey, that might be 30.
Well, that's the beginning of being rich, I guess. $30.
Hey,
I have
30
I have
bucks.
$30 in my bank. I am
30
poor.
bucks, 300. I'm happy. Eh?
And your wife? You forgot
My
your
wife?
Nina.
Well, we're not married.
No, but how do you say? How do you say if you're not married? How do you say?
Partners?
My
Partner.
lady, yeah.
Your lady. Your lady.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then do you want to do the selfing?
Yeah, let's go to the
Of course. I mean, hey, we can start right here. Hey, sir, how you doing? How you doing?
Hi there.
How you
Hey,
doing?
sir, I'm sure you are the kind of person who likes to drink, no?
I love water. It's important to drink water.
You need to drink alcohol, and you need to buy
alcohol.
it from us.
Oh, alcohol. You know, on special occasions, I guess. Yeah. Why?
Well, hey, maybe you might have a couple of friends that's having that special occasion, and maybe you can bring them a nice gift.
Hey, every day's a
Wow.
special occasion.
Where did
yeah?
everyone go?
Well, I don't have many friends
Oh,
out
there you
here
are.
in the city, but perhaps if I get one, I could give them some alcohol.
Well, hey, what's your name?
I'm Willoughby.
Oh, Willoughby, hey, it's a pleasure to meet you, Willoughby. My name is Vinny, and this is my band of beautiful women here. Come on, ladies, introduce yourselves.
I'm Apolline. Apple.
I'm Nina.
I'm Riga.
Oh, nice to meet you all.
All right, and together with the Blue Bandits, ain't that right?
That's right.
Boss. Yeah.
Y'all are
Hey,
bandits.
come on, guys. Hey, come on, guys. A bit more enthusiasm, huh? We're the Blue Bandits. Ain't that right, guys?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
we
right.
are.
That's
Look at
right.
that. Oh, ain't
That's
that
right.
nice?
So, hey,
Tell you
Mr.
what.
Willoughby. Hey, Mr. Willoughby, how long have you been in this great town of Saint Denis?
Well, I have been here a few times as a kid and such, but my folks, they live out in the swamp, and well, you see, I had this horse, and it kind of had brain worms or something. See, I don't know if you've ever had this problem, but it only go backwards.
Oh wait, the
Oh.
horse walks backwards.
Do you need
the
a horse?
Oh, what? Well, I'm working on that. You see, my horse, it only walked backwards, and you see, it walked backwards so far into the swamp and got snapped up by a gator.
Oh my god.
Hey,
goodness.
Maron, that's not nice. So wait,
Yeah,
you're in the
yeah.
market for a new horse?
Yeah, are you
I
looking for a new
suppose so.
horse?
I'm working on it.
Well, hey, let me tell you
I
something.
yeah.
All right, that's exactly what I was gonna say. You see, the beautiful lady in the middle has a spare horse for sale, Mr. Willoughby, and you could be in luck, eh?
It's your
Oh, you
lucky day,
do?
pal.
I do,
How much are
yeah.
you selling it for?
I bought her for 25, so for you I can do $20.
That's a steal.
That sounds like a good price.
And let me tell you something about this
Mhm.
horse too. Fully trained by one of the best horse handlers out here in the frontier. Ain't that right, Nina?
Ah.
Mhm.
This horse.
So this horse go
Hey.
forward?
Oh, it goes forward,
Yes.
backwards, side, or fucking side, whichever way you want. Yeah,
J'ai
you
un
wanted,
peintre.
you wanted to go up? You wanted to go up? It'll go fucking up. Willoughby, believe it or not, it goes up.
Oh. It goes up. Wait a minute. Y'all
That's right.
are pulling my leg.
No,
but it
Mr.
has to
Willoughby.
start. It starts from being down, you know, and then it gets up.
It jumps the fences.
Oh.
Hey, now you're getting it,
Alright.
hey.
Well, listen, I got some holes in my clothes from this gator. I got to
All right.
fix those up, but I'll meet
All
you
right.
outside and I'll buy that horse
Sure.
off you. Then.
We will see
Oh,
you outside,
perfect.
Mr. Willoughby, of course.
Oh,
And then I
yeah.
also
Meet
have a
you,
couple
by
other
the bank.
things to mention too.
All right, I won't be long.
All right, we'll meet you by the bank.
I'm too small, no!
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah. Do we want to take a
Alright.
photo by the benches over there?
That could
Over
be a
there?
good idea. That could be a good idea. What I'll do,
Right.
Do you want me to hang around and wait for old Willoughby to come out so we don't miss
I said I told them we'll meet by the bank.
Oh, right, okay.
Mhm.
Hey, you see what I mean? You know, you just you talk to people. You tell them how it is.
Mhm.
Where would you like to go?
All right.
Where's a nice
that's a
angle
good
around
question.
here?
If you stand like this, like so, like here.
Yeah, but the light's behind us. From the light in
Oh
front
yeah,
of us.
yeah,
don't we?
you're right. We want the light in front of us. You're right.
Ricard, you're a photographer. You should
Yeah,
be.
are you?
Right, here would be better.
This is good.
I agree.
All right.
All right, let me set up the camera
All right.
equipment.
Set up the camera equipment. Everybody get ready. Actually, no, we're just taking a picture. We're getting everybody in here. Nina, get over here.
Yeah, we will.
All right. Now, what kind of pose are we going for here? Are we going for like something tough? Or are we going for something friendly? What's the plan? How is the Blue Bandits?
Something nice. Something
I don't feel
nice.
very tough.
No?
All right, all right.
Can I smoke?
Of
Yeah.
course. All right. Let me see. Oh well, hey, look, I'm kind of shy.
I'm taking pictures.
Takes a long time, doesn't it? You have to stand so still.
There we go.
Hey, well done. Everybody looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
All done. Shall we go to the bank?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, we can go to the bank.
No clue.
Hey, I think we look fucking great out here.
Agree.
Yeah, we look lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you three are kind of, you know, making that up. I'm just a guy. You know what I mean? I'm just a guy.
Just an ordinary man, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing extraordinary about me, yeah. Oh, wait, that guy climbed over a fucking box really quick. Oh, I can't wait to go and get that horse later. I can't fucking wait. Oh, here he is, Willoughby. Hey, you come sneaking up behind us.
Oh, you were quick.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. You look
That's
great,
all
by
right.
the way. I like the sandals. It's a good look.
Oh, thanks.
All right. Would you like to see the horse first, or would you like to first pay and then go get the horse, or how do you feel?
I would like to check that it does, in fact, go forward.
Okay, we can definitely
All
go
right.
down there, of course.
Let's go to the stables. Her name is Domino. She's a Kentucky Saddler.
Oh, you selling Domino?
Beautiful
Yeah, I'm
horse.
selling Domino.
Hey, I really like Domino.
Not Duchess, Domino.
Yeah, I know you said Domino. I like Domino a lot.
Well, Domino is a good horse.
I sure hope so.
It
Hey, I'm
walks
sure.
forward.
Hey, it goes forward, like I
Oh.
said. It even goes up too. Eh?
Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
I forgot about that. I'm excited to see that. So y'all's lives out
sure.
here in the city like this?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really nice out here. It's really nice. So you said you reside down there in the swamps.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you know a gentleman called Virgil?
I'm
I
gonna
have not come
go to
across
the
him.
gonna go to the telegram office. I'll be back with you guys.
Oh,
in a
sure.
minute.
All right,
Alright.
Rika.
All right.
Yeah, no.
Can't miss us.
Virgil is he's a resident of the swamps down there.
Oh, I see. Well, it is a rather big place, so I guess it's not that big of a surprise that I haven't met him.
Yeah, have you you met many people down there?
Well, we did have this little village, but the numbers kind of dropped over the years.
Oh,
Just
I
me
see.
and my folks.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry to hear that. It happens though, eh?
Yeah, it's a dangerous place to live.
I can imagine, but it's got its charm, eh? It's got a charm about it.
It sure does.
Hey, how you doing, sir? You alright? Well, hey, it's good to meet you though, Willoughby, eh?
You good to meet you too.
And if you need anything, you just let me know. I can, you know, put you in the right direction if you know what you want to do, eh?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's a lot of exploring to do, I suppose.
I mean, I see you outside the swamp, so I can imagine it's quite a daunting experience for you to be out here in the city. But, you know, you,
Sure is.
You a good guy.
Appreciate it.
Look.
Oh, that's nice. I like
Oh,
that.
wow.
Best horse of the county.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Kentucky Saddlers are very, very good horses.
They are, yeah. Very reliable.
American breed.
Well, that looks like a strong
Look.
horse.
It walk forward.
It go forward.
Yes.
Oh,
That's right. That's
God.
right.
Yeah. Would you
Well,
like to
I
take her
could-
for a ride?
Would that be all right?
Yeah.
Maybe
I
pet
trust
her
you.
before, no?
All right.
Just
Yeah,
a
you can
gently
do that
pat
as
her
well.
on the head.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a little pat on the head.
That's right.
Oh, it's all
Ooh.
right. It's all right. Don't worry. As long as you go forward, we ain't gonna have no problem. Aw, look at that.
See, you are doing great with horses. She
I'm gonna
accepts
jump
you.
up now. Okay. Moment of truth. Can I make this horse go forward?
Hey.
Yes, you're a magician.
Yes.
Well, I never. I'll be damned. I'll take it.
Yeah?
She's made for you.
She's
I
perfect
gotta
for
say
you.
goodbye to this horse.
Oh, of course.
Bye, Domino.
You know, if
Hey,
you want, sir, I don't want
goodbye.
to take sir away from you if you like her.
No, it's okay. It's been a long time since I seen her, but we got a couple other horses that need a lot more work than this one. This one is it's been around a while and it needs a good new home, you know. It does.
All right. Well, if he lives here, maybe you'll see her from time to time.
Yeah, I definitely look out for you. Definitely look out for you around here.
All right. So, how much is it again? I forgot.
$20.
$20. All right.
Hi, Ling. How you doing? Buen dia, buen dia. Oi, how you doing?
All right. So I got it here somewhere.
Happy Thursday.
Thank you so much. What's your lucky number for the day?
I'm feeling like a lucky 108.
108?
Yeah.
All right, give me just a moment.
Don't those little metal things over there kind of look like smiling faces?
What? Where?
A little bit.
Over there.
Like the teeth, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's pareidolie, I guess.
I see it.
All right, the gentleman should have handed you the papers. Have a look in the stable here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing super great, thank you, Ling. I'm having fun. I would just, I think, end up the stream in like around 30 minutes because I will watch the match.
Well, I sure appreciate it, y'all.
Oh, of course. Not a problem.
No, we appreciate you.
Of course. Now, I got another question for you. I'm gonna hit you with the round 2 combo. You know, you say you don't know many friends around here. You don't know many people outside of the swamp area and your folks. Eh?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, of course. Well, lucky for you.
What's the match? I didn't watch it yet. It's in 30 minutes. There is France against
get all
Senegal.
Of your best angles there, Wallaby, and then
in 30 minutes,
maybe
I will
hand
watch
around
it.
your photo to a couple of people.
I don't know if you watch football.
Might like, you know what I mean?
Really? You think I got the face for that?
Hey, I think you look pretty good.
Oh, let me see this feature of yours. Strong nose, light eyes, symmetric face. And you smell good, I guess. Yes, you is definitely good for this. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. I washed up.
Yes, I can tell. I can tell. Hello.
Good day.
Hi there.
Hello.
Oh, you will? Okay. Great.
Hey, you look good. You look good. I think a photo would, really capture all of the essence of how beautiful you are, Mr. Wallaby. Eh?
Well, I've read all about these cameras, but I don't think I've ever seen one before with my own 2 eyes.
There's a studio here in Saint Denis if you want to see one.
Well, if it ain't too much trouble, I would like to see it.
Of course. You can come and we can go and take a walk around there. Let's go and show you the studio. Come and see this fancy
Don't walk
camera.
or take the horses.
Oh, you want to take the horses? Hey, well, I mean, hey, we can do that.
We can take the horse.
Let's do that.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I thought lady first, but Vinny...
Hey, I'm quick.
Yeah. Good thing for Nina, I guess.
Vinny.
Uh-oh. Rude to me.
Hey.
My turn?
Put nice stuff in there, you know.
Oh, all right.
That's right. That's right. Just take the load out of your pockets a little bit every now and again, huh?
To the studio.
Alright, on to studio.
I can go with you real quick.
I need to send a telegram real quick. I don't know if you guys want to wait here for 2 seconds or if you want to go around.
Yes, we can wait.
All right, okay.
What your character do for a living? She sells poems, stories. You know, it's about always paper things. She's into paperwork, any kind. She's a basic bitch, you know, very basic. But right now they are making a secret book with Nina here. They are making a smut book, I must say. And Apolline, she's making the smut poem for the smut book.
I don't usually dress like this, so special occasion for no reason at all. It's Apple's fault. It's because of these two. They look so pretty. Didn't want to be left out. It's because you're a tomboy.
Oh, wait, what was that? Horseback?
Tomboy. It's like a masculine woman.
Oh, what the? I'm holding.
Oh,
hey.
Oh,
are you okay?
Yes. I just
Let's
fell
go.
off my finger on the ground.
Oh, be careful.
Hey, be careful, Apple. Eh? We don't want you falling on the floor and spoiling.
I'm just saying you've got like a masculine gender. It's really attractive.
What's with all these little metal lines in the road?
Oh.
Welcome,
All right.
welcome.
Here we are. Here we are.
Oh.
All right.
Italian cigarettes. It's cute. I like it. I like it.
Mm-hmm. It's nice.
Very cute. Yeah.
Well, I never
It's a humble
thought
little
I would
place.
see a
It's
camera
pretty.
with my own eyes.
That's right. That's right. That's a fancy one too.
Mm-hmm.
Now wait, you maybe interested in getting your first photograph?
How much for the photo?
Hey,
It's $3.
Nina's the photographer. She's the professional. $3.
Oh, well, sure. I thought it would be much more than that.
No, it's you know what it is. She offers a couple of different services. Ain't that right, Nina? Tell him what you do.
That's true. So I do standard photos, which is $3, and framed photos for $5.
Oh, Well, I suppose I should treat myself and get a framed photo.
Oh, absolutely. Would you like to see what kind of frames I got?
There's
let me
different
get out
types
the
of
way.
frames?
Oh, there is.
Yes,
She's
I
very
got
talented.
2 types.
She makes them all herself by hand, eh?
Oh.
Got the heart-shaped and the fancy frame.
Oh, I see. And you make these by hand?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's very cute. Oh, fuck.
Oh. I do like the heart-shaped ones, but is it appropriate to use it for just me?
I mean, why not?
All
Life is
right,
short,
let's do
right?
that one.
I'm sure it
Yeah,
will be
you want the
perfect.
heart-shaped one?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
All right, so how we do this?
We'll take a photo outside because it's very sunny, and the light will be in our favor. Oh, do you mind giving me the examples back, please?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Alright, I thought we was gonna use this big fancy camera here, and we could get in behind a nice backdrop there, you know,
It's
make
a
a
little
nice.
dark, unless someone can hold a lantern.
I can if you want.
Yes, please.
Oh, you think it's too dark in here?
A little bit.
Well, you're the photographer. You know, I trust your.
Hey, we trust her judgment. She makes some
of
beautiful
course.
pieces.
So, I want you to stand here. Sort of look through your eyes a little bit so you can sort of center yourself here.
All right.
Why can't you use it?
Is that centered? I'm not
Yes,
quite sure.
that's okay. That's relatively fine.
Is it
Maybe
working?
just maybe just a touch to your right, so you're by center to the picture there, eh?
How's that?
That's good.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, that's good.
All right, let me work on the equipment for a second. Strike a pose if you like.
Hey, looking good, looking good. Hey, the camera loves you, eh?
All right, so how's this?
Yes. Play with the
that's a good pose.
camera. Look at the focus.
Oh, wait, I was wondering who you were talking to over here. I came out and said, why you asking? And I'm thinking to myself, who's he talking to? I'm gonna come out here and talk to Ruckus.
I apologize.
How you doing? No, you're okay. You're fine. How are you?
She got quite a kid yesterday, and then she got some more cleaning.
There you go.
Talking around and
Wow.
Kicked by a horse.
Wow, my mama ain't
All
gonna believe
done.
this.
You're a natural.
You are a natural.
Oh, thanks.
Of course. Now, I need you both to step out so I can develop the photograph.
I'm going today to
All right,
Mexico.
of course.
Won't be
Thank
back
you.
till 2 weeks, maybe.
Oh, 2 weeks to Mexico. That's quite nice.
Thank you.
A lot happens in 2 weeks.
It will, but I know Rika, you, or anyone else can catch me up. Or Buttons.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, of course. Hey, like I said, any friend of Buttons is a friend of mine, eh? Hey, Wallaby, you look real good in there behind the camera. They look good. Hey, you suited it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course, of course. Oh, wait, hold on. What is that? Is that... Oh, the Telegram boy. Hey, Hey, he's waving me around the corner. I'm gonna jump on my horse real quick. I'll be back, okay?
Of course.
All right.
It's good to see you, Miss Apolline.
Sorry, it's nice to see you again. How are you?
It's good. Nadia. It's me.
No, I say, how are you? I know who you are. We met in Blackwater Armadillo.
Yes. Sorry.
I remember you.
I didn't understood.
No, it is okay.
Who are you?
How are you?
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? No, I would never say that. I remember you, Nadia, you know.
I'm alright.
I remember that.
By a horse yesterday.
What? No.
Yeah, I got kicked by a horse yesterday, but I'll be fine.
Thank you for the loving kisses.
I'll be alright. It was just yesterday that, like, very, very painful.
You know, they are evil, these animals. They are the devil sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Except yours, Mr. Wallaby. Yours is perfect. Perfect horse. It just
perfect
took
horse.
It.
Well, it does go forward.
It's amazing.
Horses are smart creatures, but they are also, you know, creatures who are scared of pretty much everything.
That is crazy, no? Because we use them for war, we use them for guns, and how come they are spooked so easily? How come? We use them for everything.
Well, because if coming to guns and the fact that some horses are not scared of it, it comes because of training.
People
train with their horses, yes. It's constant training that makes the horse perfect.
Are you a horse trainer, Nadia?
I am not, but my mom and my father, they have a ranch in Mexico. Since I was young, I was taking care of not only horses, but also cows, chickens, a little bit of dogs, a little bit of cats, you know.
I see. Well,
so I do have a little bit of experience.
I know horse a bit, but I've never liked them. I'm too scared. I prefer to have a wagon. Actually, you know, I'm trying to make money to buy myself a wagon.
Horses are a very generous creatures once you know, get to know them.
But they are unpredictable.
Each horse has a personality. For example, my horse over there, he's a calm one, although a very protective one.
Wish mine was a calm one.
Yours is definitely. Your horse is not calm at all. But yeah, my horse is very calm. He, for example, he hates when people come too close to me when he's turned around, and he's gonna kick for sure.
Is it a horse or a dog?
Horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you need to know their personality. You need to know them. You need to know what they like, dislike, or, you know, what they are scared of. This is actually the best one, because then you know what to work with. If a horse is scared of something, you need to, you know, train them to not get of this thing, right? Horses can be scared of anything. They can be scared of even your own shadow, their own shadow, or your shadow, whatever, every shadow. Why not? They can be scared even of this barrel right here, right? You see this barrel over here? Some horses might be scared of this one.
Crazy.
It is, but it can be trained.
Willoughby, how do I spell your name?
Oh, well, that is WILLOUGHBY. Yeah.
Perfect.
I found a herb today. I've never seen one before. Harriatum officinalis. What the hell is that? Never even heard of that.
Here you
Oh,
go.
thanks.
Oh, Vinny is checking his telegram.
Of course. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
I hope you like the
Thank you.
photo. Oh, also I have a photo for you, Apolline, and for Rico.
Oh.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
Oh!
Mm-hmm.
So pretty, Nina.
Thank you.
You are
I thought it was a
talented.
nice one.
Thank you. I will put that in the house.
That's
in
so
my bed.
good. That's really good.
So pretty.
Would you like
Thank
the
you,
photo,
Nina.
Mr. Willoughby? You're welcome.
I loves it. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome.
Well, I will go to bed now. I will go back to my house. It was nice
Alright,
spending
you
time
take
with
care,
you.
Apolline.
Yes.
Oh, can I have my lantern back?
Oh,
before you
sure.
go?
Every time I forget this lantern.
Always good to see you, Apolline.
Good to see you,
Oh,
Rika.
about
Thank you.
forgetting things. Rika, you have my cigarettes, you know that. I want them
Bye.
back.
That's not true.
You have a good night, Apolline.
Hola, Rico. Hola, hola, hola. ¿Cómo estás? Was about to cut the stream because there is the match, the French against Senegal. Very, very soon. My God. I'm going to watch it too. Yay! Oh, I'm for France, obviously. Have you watched Spain against Cap Verde? Have you watched it? Cap Verde, amazing. They play so well. They defend so well. I'm really excited to see France against Senegal now. Hold on. Yeah, it was a great match. Yeah. Very, very. So who is streaming? I think Caffeine was streaming. Gonna read them. Yeah, sorry Rico, you are coming at the end of the stream sadly. But I might stream tomorrow. I will see if I'm not too tired, but I might stream tomorrow as well. I will see. Alright guys, say hi to Caffeine. Have a beautiful rest of your day. And bye. I love you. See you. Say hi to Caffeine for me. Good luck. Thank you. Goodbye.